Okay, so we'll complete what we were doing last week. Remember, we were working on complex select statements. I have to do a couple of questions there. And then we'll come to normalization today. Before we start doing joins, we have to understand what normalization is. So there is a folder called normalization.zip on Blackboard under weekly learning. You can pick that up, right? For maybe after 10, 15 minutes, whatever works for you. So I'm going to open what we were working on last week first.
It's on the class scripts. Would it be the week 9 zip file?
The week 9 zip file. Yeah, we are week 9 now, right? It's the week 9 zip file.
Right. So I've downloaded the right zip folder then.
If you have. Okay, so last week, as I said, we were working on advanced select statements, and we had also done some MySQL functions. Remember, sum, count, max, min, average. We had also used group by. We had started using group by. So you have gone more advanced. And of course, how do you name your columns? By using the alias name with as. Okay, so we've done all that, and it's all available. I think I put it, I can't remember now, but we haven't finished yet. So I'll open up the 2 files that I want to work on today, and then we'll go on to the next one. So this was the one that we were working at the end, and the time was kind of short, or I kind of completed it, but I'll quickly go through it very quickly with you. So this one is using 2 new features. One, of course, I have told you how to create a variable in MySQL. So I just need it, so I'm doing it. Though again, you will learn about how to create variables, write stored procedures, and all that in your advanced course, right? For me, it's just select, update, delete, and so on, and normalization. But anyway, so here was a question which said which girl sold cookies on maximum number of days, right? And save the maximum. So we don't know. So one way was, I said, let's just find out the maximums for each girl by just saying where sales are greater than 0 and get your sale date. But I've changed it now. So you could simply say, oh, why don't I just show the table? Why don't I just sum up the count how many times she made, every girl made a sale, and then just put it in ascending order or descending order, sorry. The maximum will come at the top and my job is done, right? So if you do that, it works, but it's not the right answer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to very quickly kind of take it from here and give you a solution which will work but is not correct. I'm saying, okay, select the first name of the girl. That's all we had. We count how many sale dates, how many days did she make sale on. Why am I using distinct? Because she may be making 2 sales on the same day. So that was, there isn't any such data, but I'm using distinct because I'm only counting a day once. Because the question says the number of days, right? It's not saying how many times or whatever. So number of days. So each day has to be counted once. So if it is whatever it is today, 12th of July has to be counted only once. 13th of July only once. 14th of July only once. So you don't count a day more than once. So if I do that, I use distinct, right? So if I use distinct, it just counts each value only once. And I had shown this to you and I said, okay, let's group by the first name. Let's show it in descending order. First name. This is the solution we started with. So if you like, you can copy it and then you can say this is not foolproof. And we'll go descending. Right? So if I only run, I'll have to run the whole script because the table is not created and so on. Right? So if you do I have an error? No. So let's go to the last result. Why is it coming descending? Do I have a problem? No. Oh, there are more answers. That's why. No, I only ran this one. It's not showing descending. Oh, no. Why is it showing descending? Ascending. I said descending, didn't I? Order by. I'm almost positive I did.
Okay, there's.
Oh, I said descending. Oops. So descending means go from biggest to smallest. Oh, that's strange. Oh, order by first name, not by first name. That's why. Order by 2, the second field. So it is doing what I told it to do. It can never be wrong. It's gone Nicole or whatever. So it's going by descending first name. I want to show by the second field. Remember, you can just say 2 here and it will show it by the second field. Or you can repeat this whole thing here. So try to run only this one. When I run only this one, I see it. I see the days that each girl made a sale, number of days. Now you will say, oh, I have this table. If I show the first record, that's the girl who made the maximum sales. But that's not right. There are 2 girls who made the maximum sales, right? And if you're not getting 7766 and are getting a 7666, I had, just to show you this answer last week, I had changed one of, I don't know whose I had changed. Somebody's 0 I had changed. Ashley's? Brittany's 0 I had changed to something else. So one of the Brittany's records were changed. I had changed it just to show you that the answer is not foolproof. So what have I done? If I want to find out the girl who made the maximum number of day sales, I can do it this way. But the problem here is it's showing me every girl, right? Because that's what I've told you to show. Every girl is being shown. Now, one way of saying show me the maximum value, you could just show the first record. But your answer is wrong. Because there are 2 girls who have made the maximum sale. So this is not foolproof. It's not. Because that's not how you can do it. The answers are, there are 2 girls with 7 each. So how will you show them? There are 2. How will you know how many girls? You'll say, oh, let me show the first 2 records now, limit 2. Won't work even. What if the 3 girls had the same sales? So since you do not know that how many of these will be same and will be the maximum value, we can't use this solution. I had started with, and I removed it, which I should have kind of left it. But anyway, you can copy it if you like. Right? So does the query make sense to you? All I'm doing is I'm showing the first name of the person, counting how many dates she made sale on from the table. I'm only counting greater than 0, less than equal to 0 or not counted at all because it is not a sale date. And then I'm grouping by first name. So group by says make all Nichols, make all Ashleys, all Brittany's, and all whatever 4th girl together. Then see how many dates she has on which she made a sale greater than 0. Count them and show them for me. Okay, so that's what it has done. So why are we seeing 6 and 6 for Lindsay and Nicole? Because these 2 girls made 0 sales on 2 days. That's why we are seeing a 6 and a 6. And why are we seeing 7 and 7? Because Ashley and Brittany made a sale on every day of the week, like all 7 days, right? So now from here, if I want to look at the names of all girls who did maximum sales, there are 2 records. You'll say, oh, why don't you just do a limit 2 and there is your answer? Maybe there's only 1. Maybe there are 3. I have no clue. I can't do this. So this answer is incorrect. This is not foolproof because since it's showing the whole table is shown. Or if you even say, oh, let's do a limit. Remember your limit? What was it? Limit 0, 2 or just limit 2 will also do. Even that won't work. Let's try it. You'll say, oh, my answers are correct. But because I saw the answer first, I knew there were 2 records. I knew there were 2 records. So I said limit 2. You'll say, but at least you know now. But things may change, right? The table data may change. So I can't keep doing this and say that, oh, it will be right someday. So this is not foolproof. It is not, because you're kind of relying on this information. You look first and then you say, oh, there are 2, so let me show 2. That's really silly, right? Because you're kind of finding the answer from the answer and then doing the job. Then writing the query, going backwards. So now, how can I do it foolproof? Easy. First, find out what the maximum value is. Find it out, save it, and then show all records that match that value. So how do I find the maximum value? You select the count from your table where sales are greater than 0, group it by first name because that's how you want to group it. Then you order it by descending, right? Order 1 means because there is only 1 field. Remember, this 1 says which field number. In ordering by, if you don't have a field name, then you have to give the field number. Or you copy the whole thing. You can copy this whole thing if you like, which is a little untidy, but it can be done. So you have to mention the field. And then I'm saying limit 1. Limit 1 will always tell me the biggest. Once I have it, I save it. Is used to save, assign a value to a variable. Variables in MySQL start with @. They have to. Why? Then that's how you will differentiate them from a field name. because otherwise there's no difference. A field, how will it, the compiler know, or how will the runtime unit know? Is it a variable she's talking about, the programmer is talking about, or is it a field? So to differentiate, what happens in MySQL is every variable name has to start with an @. The rest of the rules remain the same. You can use letters, you can use digits, you can use underscore, and conventions. I'm using my underscore convention. Okay, so see what I've done. I've assigned to this variable, I've assigned the maximum value. And how did I find out that maximum? I did a count for each girl. I did a count for each girl anytime she made a sales greater than 0. I made a count. And then I ordered the table. Oops, I ordered the table. What did I do now? I ordered the table in descending order, and then I picked up the first value. This is what I did. And I picked up the first value, limit 1. So now the value 7 is saved in my max value. That's what has happened. So find the count, order the table, put it in descending order, pick up the first value. Limit 1 will pick up the first value and save it in the local variable. So now what does max value have? If you print it, what will it have? It will have a value of 7, right? Now your job is this. Now you repeat what you had done before. You again select the first name and the count from the table where sales is greater than 0, group by first name, and now notice a new statement you're learning, having. Having is to group as where is to from. Keep that in mind. Where is connected with from? Where is what? Conditions that you want to do from, right? So from and where are siblings, and group by and having are siblings. So what does it mean by siblings? The condition where does what? It kind of rules from. So that's the relationship. And what's the relationship by group and having? Group is ruled by having. So the rules that you give in having apply to the group by. And the rules that you give in where, the conditions that you give in where, applies to the table. So we say where is to from, where having is to group by. That's how we say. That's how they're related. So these two are related to each other. So what are you saying? You are saying, I want to group by first name, but I only want to pick up those first names where the count maximum value. So kind of think of this way. It created this table. It kind of created this table, right? It created this table. After it created the table, it said, oh, do you have a count of 7? Spit it out. Do you have a count of 7? Spit it out. Do you have a count of 7? Spit it out. That's what it does. And so you only see records with 7. Why? Because 7 is your maximum value. So it has to be done in two steps. So this is foolproof. First, you find the maximum value. So you first find the maximum value. That's your job number 1. And to find the maximum value, again, you use your selects or whatever. So this statement, this will just go. So find the maximum value and save it in a variable. And now do as if you were just kind of normally doing it. And now only pick up those groups in which their count is equal to the maximum value. And you have your answer. You can't go wrong, because I've done it in 2 steps, right? So that's step number 1, find the maximum value. And now your step number 2 is select those girls where the count, or let's say having, that way you can remember, having number of sale days equal to that variable at max value. That is where you saved it. Right? So 2-step, but it's foolproof. You can never go wrong. Doesn't matter how all girls have maximum, 1 has maximum, 2, doesn't matter at all. Find out the maximum and then just say, do you have it? Do you have it? Do you have it? You cannot go wrong. Right? So if I say my maximum marks in my class are 80 and I start asking each of you, did you get an 80? Did you get an 80? I'm just asking everybody. And then I spit out anybody who has an 80. So I do not rely on anything at all. I say, oh, I'll put it in descending order, and the first girl has the maximum. Maybe 2 girls have maximum. 2 students can get 80%. 3 students can get 80%. It could be anything, right? So that way, this way, I'm saying find the maximum value, compare with the maximum, and spit out wherever it is equal to the maximum. And where do you spit it out? This is your condition. This is new for you. You haven't seen having before. Right? So you're saying group by first name. For each girl, find the count. But only spit out that name and that count if the count is equal to the max value. Only spit it out then. So notice it's kind of untidy, but we have to say, we have to compare this value with the max value. So I kind of put that calculation again. I put it again. Right now you will always get the right answer. It doesn't matter whether they're one girls or two girls. Try it. Try doing it. So let's run it. Let's run the whole script. So there are two girls with 7 right now. And there is my answer, right? Ashley and Brittany. Let's change Brittany's data. Just go back to your data and change Brittany. Make Brittany go 1. So where is Brittany? Here she is. So let's change this 450 to 0. Now she has made a sale of 0. So that means her days will be 6 instead of 7. Let's run it again. Brittany is back to 6 now. Oops. Brittany is back to 6. I will only see one answer. Ashley has 7. Doesn't matter. Change, get more girls from 0 to non-zero, and your answer will change again. Right? So you don't have to worry now. It doesn't matter. Data changes. You don't have to change your. You don't have to change your query. I mean, I don't have to change it now. So I'll kind of bring back Brittany to 4.50, and it will make Nicole also. Make Nicole $1 just for the heck of it. I've changed both Nicole and Brittany. Now I should have 3 girls on 7 days. Right? I should have 3 girls on 7 days. So in my answer, I should have 3 answers. See? There. I don't have to worry about it. All I do is I first find the maximum number of sale days and then compare each group and say, do you have 7? Do you have 7 or do you have 7? Job is done. Okay? So that's how you do it. You don't kind of say, oh, I'll write something. That's why they say don't peek in your data. That's why I keep you away from data. Don't go and see what's in the data. It shouldn't matter because tables will change all the time. Data will be added, data will be updated, data will be deleted. You can't say, oh, what will happen if, right? So you don't go and peek in the data at all when you're doing your queries. All you need is the structure of the table. Why? Because you need the field names, you need what is positive or negative or things like that. That's what you need, just the structure. So that you know what each field is. Is it a text? I have to put it in quotes. Is it a numeric? I don't have to put it in quotes. So you only need the structure of the table. You never need the data. Never peek in the data. Just look at the question, see what is asked, and answer your query. Don't bother. Have the answer. Now compare it. Is my answer right? And there is when you peek into the data. But of course, a real programmer, a programmer in the real world doesn't even do that because there are thousands of records. So you'll always take a small set. We'll make a kind of a dummy table. And in that dummy table, we'll put all the records that he thinks may or may not occur, do a testing with it, and then say, yes, it will work. For us, it is easy to test because we have hardly 20 records in our table. Like we have so small tables. So we kind of double check. So if you don't see an answer, that doesn't mean the answer is wrong. Maybe no record matches it. Or on the other side, you don't have an answer and you're saying, oh, it's right. It runs at least. Incorrect. So therefore, after you have the result, now peek in the data and see, are my answers correct? So that you don't lose marks unnecessarily. Okay. So a script runs, but the answer may be incorrect. You may have a wrong answer. So this way, now this way, if I run it, I again have 2, which is okay. So I've kind of shown you that doesn't matter. I can change my data and my query will still run. Whereas in this one, the limit one is kind of a little problem because I don't know, are there 2 girls? Are there 3 girls? Are there 4 girls? I have no idea. Okay. So this is new to you. And this is something you will need over and over again as you go on and do more in SQL. So keep in mind where is attached to from. So the where conditions apply to the table and having is grouped with group. So the conditions that you write in having are on the group. So you are saying, show me all those first names in which the count is equal to the maximum value. Combine it this way. Right? That's how they are linked. And that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm saying, show me those first names I've grouped them, so they only occur once. Show me those first names in which the count is equal to the maximum value. So whenever you need to put a condition on the group, use having. Whenever you want to put a condition on the from, use where. That's how you do it. Right? We'll do one more example with having. One more example, and then I'll go on to normalization. Right? So as soon as I'm done normalization, we'll see what time we are left with. Okay, so this I can put back on, I'll put it back on Blackboard if you like, but I've said that this is not foolproof. So kind of, I'll comment it out because this is incorrect. So I will comment it out. You can put it, you can leave it if you want. So I'm going to comment it out because it is not right way of doing it. It's me kind of saying, oh, there are 2 girls and therefore I'll say limit 2, which is incorrect. And notice here, I just get the first record because the first will be maximum. Doesn't matter how many, just get the maximum value. And then now show the answers. So do it in 2 steps and you will not go wrong. Okay. Now let's look at the next one. You can open up the one that was called grade book. It came with your chapter 8 zip, lesson 8 or whatever it was called. Right. That came with this. Now I've kind of placed it in a different one. It's not as if there's only one query in it, but it just has a few steps to do it. And what I've done is, and I'll do that for you. I don't think I did that. I forgot, I think. I've created an Excel worksheet. How many of you know Excel? Are you aware of Excel? It's just a kind of a spreadsheet, like, right? So what I've done is I've tried to show my answers in spreadsheet so that it kind of makes sense to you. Okay, so I'll open it up here and then I'll put it on Blackboard also. I forgot, I should have. So to make it a little easy for you to understand, I've done that. Where did I put it now? That's the main thing, right? Okay, somewhere. Must be in an old one for sure. Let me open it up. Oh, there it is. So it's a complex one in the sense, but you're doing a few more things, but it's not as if you can do it. So I'll show you as I go on, I'll show you the answers here, what I've done here. Okay, so let's look at what the script wants us to do first. So let's go back to here and see what it does. So the regular thing, database is being dropped if it exists. It has been created. You have used it. Then you drop the table if it exists. Though again, for me, this is not necessary at all. I still leave it in case you're working on DreamHost, because you'll have to drop a table if you want to recreate it. I don't have to because I'm dropping the database anyway. So to me, it's useless. But I keep it for students who are using oops, if I made that mistake, please see you do that. I don't know whether I did it right now or have I given you this mistake myself. And then I have a grade center. Now this grade center is basically keeping the marks of each student in every course. That's what it is doing. So there is redundancy of data here because a student can occur more than 1 times in a table. So if you're taking, for example, you're taking 2 courses with me, you will have 2 records in my table. So we'll talk about redundancy in a while, right? Normalization, which is the next topic. Don't put redundant data. So what have I done? I have a first name of my student, the last name of my student, the student number, the course that she or he is taking, and then the grade, right? So if you're taking 2 courses, you will have 2 records because your name will occur again, your student number will occur again, but of course the course and grade will be different. So there is redundancy here. Why? Because I'm repeating the name of my students and their student number, whereas I could have kept this information somewhere else because every student only has 1 student number. So this is redundant data, but we'll talk about that afterwards. But this is what it is right now. So the grade is a tiny int because it's only out of 100. Marks are only out of 100%, right? It is unsigned because they cannot be negative. It is not null. I can't leave it. I have to put in a value and the default is 0. So if I don't put a grade, it automatically becomes 0. Okay. So this is what it has and this is my data. So I describe the data just to see, oh, have I missed something? What is missing here? What do you see is missing here? Primary key, right? Now, what would you make a primary key? Student number. But let's think why I haven't made it a primary key. Because this table has student number in 2 records, like it will occur again. Because it is not a good table, I mean, that is the primary key. It would be a primary key, and that's the most suitable for a primary key because 1, it is unique. 2, it is not null. And of course, it's 1 student per. But if I try to do this and run my code, I'm going to get an error. Why? Because it says, oh, you have this primary key again. Because as I said, the table has redundancy. The table has problems. Why? What's the problem? Let's look at one of them. Look at this person, Flynn, right? One record here, if that's how I pronounce it, right? If I'm doing it wrong, just please correct me. And then here it is again. Because the person is taking 2 courses. So I can't make it the primary key. So you'll say, but that's not a good design. Yes, I agree. It is not a good design. So it is not a good design, but because I want to show you group by and I want to show you having, I have to have duplicate records. Otherwise, how will I group them by the same student, right? So please understand that this is not a good design and I couldn't do this because I have duplicate records. So to avoid that, I didn't make a primary key. The other thing is, of course, what's the other way of making a primary key? Where we don't even bother anything. We just go by an ID. Right? We just go with an ID. What do we do with it? We make it a int. We make it auto increment. And we make it the primary key. Okay? Now now it's fine. I won't have any problems at all. So though student number was a good candidate for a primary key, I couldn't do it because I have redundant data in my code. Right? I have redundant data. A student record may occur again because a student can take more than 1 courses. Now I'm okay. I'm fine now. It is an auto increment key. It is an integer. It is a primary key. I don't have to change anything. Remember why? Because yes, I have to change something. I'll have to now put this list here because I am using an auto increment. So please bear with me and then we'll copy and paste. What are the fields? First name, last name, student number, course. Here because I put in all the values, but now I have to because there is an auto increment. So I'm giving the first name, I'm giving the last name, then I have a student number. I think I gave the whole thing, who knows. And what do I have? No, it's, yep, student num, not number. It's always a bad habit not to use that. Okay, please make this change. It's not good to be ever lazy. I've changed my num to student number. And the change will not have to be made at many places. I haven't done anything yet with it, so I'm okay. Student number, that's third field, course and grade. So since you're not adding all the fields, you will have to give this list in your insert into. So you'll say, which value am I not inserting? You're not inserting your primary key. It's an auto increment. So now take this line, please, and then copy and paste everywhere where you have it. Some people just always write it. And you know what? They just don't have to then think about, oh, I'm adding a new field. Now what do I do? And this one was a prime. Oh my God, so many. That's another problem. A different insert statement for every one of them. Or for copy and paste at least. Oh, you know what? I should have done a control F and do it. Replace by. Yeah.
You didn't replace the student number in the.
Oh, thank you. Now you're telling me. You know what? I'm lazy now. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. There it is. I've already copied so many. But that's another silly thing. I should have done a copy and replace. That's what happens when you don't start right. Bad design, you'll have to do the job again. Okay, where else? Here. And here. And here. Okay, there. So if you haven't done it and you are still okay, you do the right thing, guys. There. You can call it. Oh, that's not so tough actually. Now that I'm saying it. Edit, find and replace. Just the word num. I don't think we have it anywhere else, right? By number. Replace. Replaced. Yep, there it is. Okay. Okay, now run it. And it error, duplicate column name ID. Where is that now? What did I do, guys? Insert, 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 insert. Oh, how silly. I had altered the table afterwards. That's why I had altered the table afterwards. Okay, so now you can remove that one. So I have altered it, right? So it didn't have a primary key, but I had altered. So that's why it's saying you have an error on line number 67 because I didn't have it. So you know what? You can start with the original file if you want, or you can remove the alter statement from here. Whatever works. You can do whatever works. I can't work with both of them. There. I had altered the table afterwards. That's why I'm getting an error. Now let's do it. Now run it. That's what I thought. I shouldn't have made that mistake. But anyway, it doesn't matter. So we've already talked about why student number cannot be a primary key in this table for the simple reason that it was not unique, right? Which means, oh, the table design is not good. Whereas it's a unique number. The table design is not good, but that's okay. We'll talk about it afterwards. So I added a new field. So choose whatever you like, guys. If you have not yet done it and were waiting for me to finish, you can keep with the same file. I can always close this and say not save. I can always do that. It's not a big deal. Okay, now let's do what I need to do. So I've described my table. There it is. I've described my table. Right? And of course, this description was done before also. And the table is there. Okay, now I want to do the select statement with you. There are two things to be done. There are two questions if you see. Both are a little complicated. That's why they come here. So we'll do it together. And then, I mean, not together in the sense, you kind of put your brains to it and tell me how it has to be done. So the first question says, I want to create the list of potential tutors by providing the first name and the last name of all students that have received 80% or higher in at least 2 classes. So who are potential tutors? Students who have 80% in more, at least, so 2 or more subjects. If they have 80%, they can become a tutor, and it has to be done alphabetically. So think about it. Few things to be done. 1, the grouping is necessary. Why? Because I have to find, I'm talking about every student. So grouping is required. In the grouping, now I have to look for all the marks. Looking at all the marks, I only have to count those records in which the mark is greater than or equal to 80. Once I have counted, I only want to show those records in which the count of these records is more than 2 or more than 2. So there are a few steps to be done, right? So to see how these steps are to be done, what I did was I created a worksheet, right? And what this worksheet is doing is it's kind of helping you do what I have done. So what I've done is don't look at the answer yet. This is one answer, and oh, I have another one. There it is. Right? So this is what I have given you, the question. And don't look at the answer. Let's see what we have to do. So this is your data. Okay, I'll kind of increase it in size. And I'll give you this worksheet so that you have it. Okay, so that's saying create the list of potential tutors by providing the first and last name of all students that have received 80% or higher in at least 2 classes. List the names by order, by alphabetical order. That's not that important. So one by one. First, I want to find out where are grades greater than 80. Okay, that's what I want. I'm kind of going the opposite, but that's how it works. So grade greater than 80. Once I have grade greater than 80, I'm going to group them by student number, not by student name. Names could be same for 2 students. Once I have grouped them, then all I have to do is I have to now count. Did they get more than one of such counts? More than 80. Having count greater than 1, 2 or more. Once I have that, I order them by last name, and I just say select their first and last name. Those are the steps, one by one, right? So marks should be greater than 80. I group them, I count them, count must be greater than 1, and I show them. Right? That's the process. So start writing the process without looking at the answer. So one by one. So let's do it. So you need to select. What do you need to select? By providing the first and the last name. You could concatenate it. I haven't said anything. You could just concatenate it if you like. If you don't, that's perfectly fine too. So I'm going to select the first name and the last name, right, of my student. So we don't know which students, but we'll look at it, what students. Okay, now, of course, the from is not any different. It just says the names. From my table. Okay, that's my table from the grade center. Now the things we have to do. We need to do grouping. We need to do counting. We also need a having for the marks. Everything has to be done. Okay. So now, where? What's your condition? The marks should be greater than 80. And it's called grade. That field is called grade. You don't have to leave a space for neatness. So that's only picking up those records in which the grade is greater than 80. Step number 1. These are all marks greater than 80. Now, what do I have to do them? I have to group them. Group them by what? The student number. Right? Okay, I've grouped them. Now, when I group them, I only want to show those names now where, not group them, group by. That's what happens when you talk and you type. There, group by, right? And then now what? I only want to show those, the groupings, right? On the groupings, there is a condition. And the groupings condition is where the count, right? Where the count of your course is greater than or equal to 2, you can say, or greater than 1, you can say. You can choose either. Right? So select the records where the mark is greater than 80. In those records, group them up by name. Right? Now, only group them up in grouping, group them up, but only include those records in the grouping where the count of the course is greater than 1. And now, since I said show them alphabetically, I listed alphabetically, it doesn't say anything, so you can choose whatever you like, descending or ascending. Sorry? Oops. Yes, thank you. Order by. There it is. That's the solution that you just saw on the worksheet. Right, so kind of go through it one by one. Choose the records in which grade is greater than or equal to 80. At least means 80 or more. Okay. Then now group them. And to group them, you had to think group on what? Student number. Most logical field, not by name here. Names could be repetitives. In the other one, I just used name because it was cookie sales. Not so big. But here, of course, I have to group by student number. But when I'm grouping them, I have to keep in count that the count of these records, when you're grouping them, the count of the records that you have for each person must be greater than 1. And how do you do it? You say count the number of, it's called course. The course should be greater than 1. Now run it. So we have run the script once, so this should work. So these are persons, these are those students who got 80% or higher in at least 2 subjects. Right? So that has been again shown in your Excel worksheet. When I started with my first worksheet, I kind of, so that's the answer. Right? So it kind of makes it easy to see that the answers are correct. Anything that is greater than 80 has to be picked up. 1. So these are records with greater than 80. So that was my first job. Only pick up records greater than 80. Okay. Now group them by student number. I've started grouping them by student number. But in the student numbers, I've grouped them. See? Number. But pick up only those records from here where they have more than 1 of this count. So the first person will go because there's only 1 course in there, right? But all these will come because there are at least 2 courses. So greater than 1, and then order by the last name, and then show the answer to the user. Right? So the worksheet kind of guides you through. So if you can think, good, but you have to see the steps I have to do. And this will help you. So I'll put that on Blackboard once we have the solution now. Is it making sense? So again, having is to grouping, as where is to from. So you only picked up those records in which the grade was greater than or equal to 80. Then you started to group them. But you said on grouping, I only want to group them where, so you grouped it, so you have it. Then you say having count greater than 1. So only those records are chosen in which the count is greater than 1. So 2 or more, right? At least 2 it said. And then order them. Order is not a big deal. It's not selecting anything. It's just ordering. And then only show the first and the last name. That's how the engine works. Okay, makes sense? Now let's go to the second question. So just because they were a little complicated, I kind of kept them on a separate sheet. And it makes more sense if you can kind of relate it to yourself. Now it says find the average mark of each student rounded to one decimal place. I've already done cast with you. I'll again do it, right? You can cast this as an average, as a floating point number with one decimal place or one place after decimal. Label the average grade column as average mark so that you don't forget. But again, every time I won't say label it. I'll say please label all calculated columns, because otherwise it will say something like average. If you don't label it, it will say average, which is very untidy. Okay, now let's look at it again. So, okay, think of it first and then we'll look at it again. So what do I have to do? I have to find the average mark of each student. This is not so tough. So average marks means I have to group up by student number and then apply the average function on the group. Doesn't say anything about which has to be selected, which doesn't have to be selected. So this is much easier, right? So group the marks and then apply an average function. Right? So let's do it. So again, you'll see this is, as I said, this is much easier. So you may not even required to do it through gradebook, but this is what it is, through Excel, sorry. So here are the records. I start to group them, right? So I group them. In the group them, then I apply average to each of these field, right? Once I have the average, I cast it as a decimal. And then once I cast it, I give it a name. I'm just going step by step. And then I show you the first name, the last name, the student number, and the average mark. Okay, so those are the steps. So let's do it now. Okay, so it doesn't say anything. So I have to show all my fields. When it doesn't say anything, you show all your fields. That's what you've been doing. So select the first name, put it in any order that you like, doesn't matter. Show the last name. And again, as I said, select can change the order of the fields, can also change the number of the fields. It can do anything, right? Both are possible. So I went first name, last name. You could go last name, first name, doesn't matter. So again, we don't use it. We use a star, but you can use a field list even if they match the fields. If you want to change the order, if you don't want to change the order, you can use whatever you like. So I want to show the first name, the last name, the student number. Just because this is related, so I'm putting these three fields first. And now the average mark. To do the average mark, I'll have to do math, right? And the math that we've learned is average. We've learned this, right? Now, how do you calculate the average? What are you going to average? You want to average what? The marked field for each student. So say grade. It was called grade. I'll do one by one. And then we'll cast it and then we'll give it a name, okay? That's all you have to do. Yes, Bradley.
I just tried running what we put for 80% or higher, but it doesn't seem to be working.
So here is the answer. If your answer isn't matching, then I don't know why it is not working. Yeah, this is my solution, and my solution is running, right?
You decide to rename student now the student number.
Yeah, if you didn't do that things, that's different. If do whatever you made a change. If you didn't make a change, leave it at student num. If you made a change, please go ahead and do it. Those are things you did. You don't have to copy me in everything. You know what I mean? Like you can sit at student num if you like. Okay, so that's average. The table name is that doesn't change. Right now, there is no where condition here. I'm not saying only pick up those marks which are greater than 50. Find that average. Nothing. There is no where condition here. So you may not have a where condition. Right? Because you don't have to do anything. But what do you need? You need a group by. What are you grouping by? Student number. Make sense? So you may not have a where. I'm just saying group all records. In the first one, you said only pick up where the grade is greater than equal to 80. So if the question says average the marks of the students, but only pick up marks greater than 50, you'll have a where condition. Otherwise, I don't have a where condition. I'm just grouping up all records. And I group by student number, not by name. Nothing. I don't do it. I group by student number because that is the most logical way to do. I didn't say order it by anything. My job is done. Nothing. So just try this and see what happens. And then see what's untidy about it. And then we'll make the change. Look at a few things that are untidy. One, the heading. It's called average grade. Doesn't make a lot of sense. You'll say, oh, that makes sense to me. Sure, it does. But it doesn't make a lot of sense. You could call it average grade if you like, right? Or any other good name. Two, look at the values of the averages. It shows you by default 4 places after decimal. I want you to show only 1 place after decimal. So it's not so tough at all. The first thing, change the name. What did I said I want the name as? Just change it. I mean, it could be anything. Label the average mark. Okay. So that's step number 1. You have to call it average mark. And it's just using the same. I haven't given it a prettier name. I kind of stayed with this so that it matches the rest of the names. You know, they are all written with underscore and they're all in lowercase. When you give names, usually they'll grammatically be correct and they will not have underscores. They'll have a blank or something. But I'm keeping with what it has. One job done, name has changed, right? So if you run it, the name has changed. There it is, average mark. Now the second thing, cast it. What do? Use your cast function and put a bracket at the end. So you're going to cast this. But what are you going to cast it as? A decimal. And I said 1 place after decimal, right? So now you will say how many before? You can look at your average. It's out of 100. So the average will never be more than 100. You can always go 4,1. So you need to have, you'll say, oh, how will I know? You can always go back and start looking here. What were the marks? It just said tiny int. So it's tiny int. If you unsigned tiny int is still what? 256, right? Tiny int unsigned. You don't even have to, this information will definitely be given to you. Marks are out of 100. Average cannot go beyond 100, something like this. But if not, then you can always look at the structure. It is a tiny int. The maximum value that you can save in a tiny int is 255. Unsigned tiny int. 255 times whatever, doesn't matter. When you take averages, it will always never be more than 250. So still 4,1 is good enough. Still it is good enough. Okay. So now run it. And the answer will be prettier. So you could even round it. Like you could do any function on it. I've just done a cast. After the casting, you can do a rounding if you like. You can do a truncation if you like. You can do a sealing if you like. Like anything can be done. As long as, of course, that function is available. And I'm sure mathematical functions will have something round. Okay. So again, keep in mind, advanced select statements means you should know how to group by. You should know how to do having. You should know all the inbuilt functions, sum, count, whatever. You should know how to order by a field that is a calculated field. You use numbers in your order by, or you copy the whole thing. You should know how to give labels, change your names of your fields, right? That covers advanced select statements. Of course, we'll be using them more and more now that I go on, right? So after normalization, we'll do joining, and you'll be using all this in anything that is more complicated. But that doesn't mean you'll forget your normal select statements. They still hold. Like, don't forget what you've done. It's just building up on what you have done. So in the final exam, everything builds up. You can't say, oh, this was done before, cannot be asked. Alter statement, anytime. Okay, so for the final exam, everything that you are doing builds up. There's no syllabus saying, course saying only this will come. Can't happen. You still have to know how to create a database, how to create a table, how to create a table structure, how to alter a table. Anything can be asked. Okay, so that takes care of what I had given you last week in week 8. Let's start with week 9 now. So if you have your week 9 zip folder, unzip it, and you will find that under that folder, you should have at least 3 files. We'll check for sure. And then, so this is Wednesday, right? So week 9 should have 4 files. So my aim today with these 4 files is basically to give you some design issues. Till now we've been doing statements, right? Selection, insertion, deletion, updation, and you kind of learned its siblings in Java yesterday. You learned how you could do this in Java yesterday, right? So hopefully you can make connections. But now let's see who decides what should the table have, which fields must it have, or what should be the type of the field. The type is not so difficult. Type you can always see, oh, this is the data I want to store. But for example, the table that I just used, I had records of students many times. Is that a good design or not? Right? So normalization deals with design issues. So before you create a table, you have to design it well. So what will be the fields in my tables, and will it cause any problems in further use of table? You'll say, what kind of problems? Maybe selecting data, maybe inserting data, maybe deleting. Will it create any problems? That's why these design principles are laid down. And the design principles in a relational database are kind of rule 1, which is called first normal form, rule 2, second normal form, third normal form, fourth normal form, fifth normal form, and then a BCNF, boys scored normal form. These are kind of steps. So this should always be, then this is the next step, then the next step, then the next, and so on. So what do database designers aim to do? They try to make tables that have the highest principles followed. Right now, we are not doing database designer course, but definitely I would like you to do 1, 2, and 3 with me. I've almost been doing 1, 2, and 3 I'll do with you. Why? Because 2 and 3 will teach you how to split a table into more than one table, and then how to join them back to retrieve data. And before doing joining, you have to know why is the data in more than one tables when I could have put it in a single table, right? So these are normalization rules. So what I've done is I've given you some scripts here that are going to create tables that are not in the normal form, and then I'll show you how to convert them in the normal form, right? So we'll start with the first one, which says not 1NF. Once I convert it into 1NF, then we'll work with not 2NF and convert it into 2NF. Then we'll work with what says not 3NF, convert it into a 3NF. That's what we are doing. And at the end, when I'm done all these 3, then I'll work with boys and toys, which actually is going to introduce you to joins today. Okay, then we'll start doing joins from next week, which is week 10, 11, 12, and 13 is all joins, subqueries. And it is a little, definitely more complicated than what you've been doing. So please get it right. So therefore 4 weeks are given to it because it is complicated. Okay. Okay. So once I do this, I have an assignment on normalization. I have no clue where we will stand. So I'm not saying anything. You're most welcome to stay in class, and some of you only come for the assignment. It's up to you to end. I'm not promising anything. I have no clue what I'll be able to do. Okay. So please now start working with the first normal form. So these 2 files I'll put back on Blackboard once I finish class. So start opening them now. So you can close. Since yesterday this is going on. Okay, so please open up the not 1NF. So please go to wherever you have saved it. And I'll walk you through quickly, and then you will see why it is not in the first normal form, and then we'll do it. Right, so this one is it's creating a database, putting a table in it, populating the table with data, and then checking, is the table in the first normal form? And here I'm giving you the definition of the first normal form. Each of this will have a definition. When you come for the exam, you are allowed to use your own scripts or class scripts, nothing else. You can always open it up and see the definition if need be. Okay, so therefore the definition sits there. It says a table is said to be in the first normal form if it has a primary key. Right, that's one part of it. That's 2 parts. This part we've been doing. We've always, starting from week 2, I think, I've put a primary key in my table. So we've done this part. But there is another addition to it. And there is no repeating group of information in any column. And we broke this rule right in the first script we wrote. The first script, which had student number and so on, your job, there were favorite sites as a field. And that favorite site has repeating data. Repeating means same kind of data. Google.com, CBC. Whatever, but it's the same, it's a repeating group. Right? It's not as if they're different things. It's not like an address. The address is usually a house number, a street number, a city, a country. Right? It's usually this. Again, or in other words, sometimes you will also read the definition. Every field is atomic in nature. That's another definition you will find on if you Google it, right, on the web. Every field is atomic in nature. Atomic means cannot be broken down. It's an atom, it cannot be broken down. But atomic has a little bit of confusion because atomic says, suppose I have an address field in which I'm saying 1 Georgian Drive, Bell, for Georgian College address. You'll say, oh, that's not atomic because it has a number, it has a street, Georgian Drive, it has a city, Barrie, and then it has a province, Ontario, and that it has Canada. So that's not an atomic field. But therefore, instead of saying that definition, I have stuck to this definition because atomic has a little bit of confusion because it says every field must be atomic in nature. Atomic says depends upon the application. Do you need to have it atomic fields? Does it need to be broken down, or are you okay with the whole address? And an example that I usually give is, yes, maybe for Georgian College, I would like to put it in one Georgian Drive, then the city, then the province separately. But for a pizza shop who delivers pizzas, he's not interested in putting them in different fields, because he'll just say, oh, where are you? I'm at one Georgian Drive, and he's fine with it, because he's only serving Barrie maybe. He's not going to serve Barrie, he's not going to serve the whole of Ontario, you know what I mean? So there he may say, it doesn't matter to me. It needn't be atomic in my table. I'm okay with just giving the whole thing, right? One Georgian Drive, room number, whatever. It doesn't matter to him. So therefore we say atomic has a kind of a dependency on your table. Do you need that field to be atomic? And again, so atomic is defined, it cannot or may not be broken up into a single. So there comes the word may. So therefore there's always a confusion. But if you read on Google, or if you have books, you may see that this definition is also written as, it has a primary key and every field is atomic in nature. That is, cannot be broken down. And if you want to add here, you can kind of put it here. But again, as I said, it has a little bit of anomaly with it. Because atomic may mean it is atomic, or it may. So there is something, every field is atomic in nature. And atomic means cannot be broken down, okay? That's what atom means. So here, there's nothing here which is confusing, but as I said, in an address field, you may keep the address field as one field, or you could be doing it as street, house number, street name, province, and country. You could do that too, and that's completely right. And in the other case, the application may not need it. It may not need it at all. So therefore, we say it is atomic in nature, and atomic is defined as it cannot be broken down, or it may need not be broken down into further parts. So we'll stick with both. I mean, for me, both are correct. You have to keep this in mind. What I have done, especially in all my future ones, I've added a set and MyISAM. These are the two common storage engines that are available in MySQL. What is the use of these storage engines? These storage engines have their own feature. For example, this storage engine called InnoDB for 5.7 and above, but it was not occurring in mine. I have a 5.7 and it wasn't, so I set it, right? But 5.7 onwards, it's here, and there are a few features that are different. Maybe it will make more sense when you do the advanced, but this is, I'll give you a rough kind of picture. For example, in MyISAM storage engine, when you work with a table, you are inserting a record, you are deleting some records, the whole table is locked, and no other application can work with this table while one application is working. That, oh, the whole table is blocked. What if some other application wants to maybe read a record? Select is okay, delete another record that you're not working with. What they have done in InnoDB is they have said, instead of locking the whole table, they lock the row or the rows on which the operation is doing. So the other rows are okay, and the another application, if the another application is not working with those particular rows, it can work with the other rows. So they have gone from table locking to row locking, for example. So of course, you're most welcome to go and read about these storage engines online, because they're so much technical, but here was a simple example that makes sense. So it's something like I lock the room and nobody can come if I'm using a storage engine MyISAM. Or two, I don't lock the room, but I say, oh, this chair, this chair, this chair, you can't sit on it because students are already sitting. So I'm only locking chairs. The other chairs are open for use. That's one of the difference, for example. So now, since when you use normalization and you start splitting your tables into more than one table, called foreign key relationship, and that is not implemented in MyISAM, I have to go to this storage engine called InnoDB. What is the storage engine on your machines? I have no clue. You can always find it out. If you do a show create table, it always shows you the engine, which you can set it. You can set it with a table. You can say create table and you can set the engine there. Excuse me, if you want to put it in your whole script, all my tables in my script will follow that storage engine. You can use a set command. I will be now using set commands in all my future scripts, so that I don't know, irrespective of anything, I want to ensure that the foreign keys that I create in my script, you'll know what they are in another 15 minutes, and it will make more sense. And I would recommend that you also do it just to be on the safe side. Like always, you, as I've said, you never know where your program script is going to run. You have no the environment of the database server you will be using. You have no control at all. So always do it in your own script. So please see that you start adding this. So I have till now always been saying SQL mode strict all tables. I've always done my updates equal to 0. I'll start doing this. The other place where you can do is right here. When you create a table, you can say engine is equal to, and you can give your name here. You can do it. You can do it per table. The storage engine definitely is with a table, storing data. And where is data stored? In tables. So you can do it right here also if you like. So one of your tables can use InnoDB. Another table can use something else. I can't even remember those names. These are the two common ones. Therefore, I remember them. Right? You can even do it here if you like. And then you don't have to do it in your. But as I said, I'll just do it once, and all my tables will. But you have the option of doing it with your table name also. Okay, you have the option. There is an option of doing it. So here you see, I'm now again using a set command for my environment. Therefore, when I put a comment here, I say set the environment. For my script, only for this script. You're not concerned with other scripts. You're only concerned with how do you want to set your environment in your own script. So I do know that, for example, on Mac, people who don't have WAMP but have XAMPP, they already have that engine. But please see that when you give me your script, it has that state, right? My WAMP didn't have it. My WAMP had my IXAMPP, and I'm not sure why, because it said 5.7 onwards, the default is InnoDB. So I could have done two things. I could have gone to my WAMP here. I could have gone, and that is what I was thinking. If you remember, I had shown you this file, my INI, my initialization file. If I try to find engine in it, see, I had a default of my XAMPP. So I don't know why. So I thought, I don't know, like either. So, I mean, I could have changed it right here if I wanted for my environment, like for my laptop, the whole thing. I didn't choose to do it here. I thought this would be a better way of showing it to you and telling you so that you become aware of another set state. Do it on your machines and assume I have it, like you do for updates. You've changed it in your own local environment and you assume that I have it too. I may not have it, right? So always set the environment in your script before you put it on a server or before you give it to be run. Then I don't give you marks. So why take the chance? Okay, so just copy paste. Okay, so let's look at this database. This database is called DB toys. It's not a good name at all, but I wanted to give it a name which will tell you what kind of database it is. It only has one table. So now we are kind of going to work with a little toys in this rest of the class today. Toys everywhere, boys and toys, more than girls and toys. Anyway, so this table toys has a toy ID. I kind of create a primary key for a toy table. That's the only thing you can do. Names of toys, colors of toys, you can't think of anything else. It has a toy ID. It's an int, not null, auto increment primary key. You can call it toy name if you like. I've just called it toy, and it's varchar 30. It's not null. You have to have it. And the colors in which the toy is available. Colors field, I needn't have called it colors, but I called it colors S for a reason, because I want to draw your attention that it is a field that has repeating data in it. Here are a few examples. I could have done without toy ID, but I'm using 5, 6, 9, and 12. You can give values to your auto increment key, but again, people just ignore it. They say, let it go 1, 2, 3, 4, and that is the best way of doing it. I've just shown you that you could do it. So what have I done? I've added 5. So you see frisbee, yo-yo, kite, and so on. Wiffle ball, I don't even know what it is, but anyway, and they're available in these colors, white, yellow, and blue, right? The second frisbee is available in green and yellow. The third in red, blue, and green, and white and yellow. And this field could be null also. Mention the colors at all. Okay. Now, this table, is it in the first normal form? Primary key, right? You definitely see a primary key. But the second part, do you see a repeating group of data? This table is not in the first normal form. So the table has a primary key, but the color field has repeating group. So this table is not in the first normal form. So your aim now is right. Oops, sorry. So now your aim is to convert. You can use the word first if you like. You'll see both of them on the web. You can use 1NF or you can use the word first. Because we call it first. We don't call it 1NF, we usually call it first. But whatever works, both are correct. Okay, whatever you want to use. I don't know what the book uses. I think the book uses 1NF and 2NF. I forget now. So now what do you think I should do? Now you have to split. You'll say, what's wrong with it? One, be the size of my colors field, because it's fine. Maybe there are 3 colors. Maybe they'll become 10 colors. 40 is not enough. Will I keep changing all this? No, doesn't make sense, right? So I don't want to keep kind of going back to my table, keep changing its structure to accommodate the data that you are going to have. That's not what we do. We start right. That's why these design principles are available. You start right. Every key is okay. That was not a big deal. So it's there. And if it wasn't there, you know how to do it. We know how we can alter it. We know that. So we've done it so many times, so I kind of put it here. Now, what should I do? What should I do of this table? And remember, when you change the table structure, you should not lose any information. I should still have all the information. You just can't say, oh, I'll put one color here. What about the other information? You'll say, let's repeat it. Let's say 5 wiffle ball white. Again repeat. 5 wiffle ball yellow. Again repeat. 5 wiffle ball blue. Doesn't work. Look at, I'm repeating the information that wiffle ball has ID 5. And I can repeat it because it's my primary key. I can do it. I shouldn't be doing it. Because one, I lose my primary key, and then you say, oh, you'll create another one. It's just not is the right way to do it. If the table is not in the first normal form, it will create problems like this. You will have redundant data. Problems with, suppose for whatever reason, now the wiffle ball is called wiffle baller. Then I'll have to go to all those records that have wiffle ball, change them at whatever number of places. Why should I do that? This information that wiffle ball has ID 5, that information. I can keep it at one place, and if I need to change it, or the ID goes to 8, I change it. Or the wiffle ball is now called wiffle baller, I change it. I only change it at one place. I don't have to change it at 10 places. It's not a good table at all. So now my aim is to convert it into a first number when we learn that. So you can keep this if you like, and then I'm going to do a save as, because I'll leave this and then I'll change it into a first normal form table. So instead of saying not, I'll just call it first so that I know what I have to put it on Blackboard. I'll save it. And now I'm going to make changes. It's not necessary that you change the database name, but I'm kind of, because it's not correct to call it not first normal form, I'm kind of changing it. Again, as I said, you don't have to do a save as, but whatever, right? So I'm changing it, and I'll put the changed one in. No, now let's look at what do I need to do. Just don't even relate it to relational database. Think what you would do if I say conserve the information. So, and you'll say, how will I conserve it if I put it in different tables? We'll join them together. You can always join it together back to look at it. But reserve the information. This repeating group vanishes, but the information cannot go there. Can you do it? How would you go about it? So the solution is to split this table and put it in more than one table. It has to be done. So I can't work with a table. I'll have to create more than one table. So let's create 2 or 3, whatever we need, and see if this makes sense to you. I'll keep the toy ID and the toy. Right? So toy ID 5, 6, 9, and 12, and their names, I'll put in one table. Need that other information of colors. And again, colors are something you could have many colors, red, blue, green, whatever, right? What I'll do is I'll create another color table. So this will be my toys table, where I'm keeping only information about kind of toy. Then I have a color table. And the advantage of this color table is I can keep adding as many number of colors in this table, and I'll only do it once. Red, green, yellow, blue, and so on. So this table can go to every color has an ID, and any colors that the manufacturer uses can come here. Even if they're used or not used in that table, they're still here. Your information can be kept at one place. Now I'll create a third table. And this table will have a toy ID and a color ID. So I'm going to say 5 occurs in red. I'm just giving an example. 5 occurs in yellow. 5 occurs in black, or whatever. There is no duplicate data anywhere. Every field is atomic image. Now I have to think of primary keys. This table, toy ID. The primary key of this table, color ID. Primary key of this table. Toy ID alone cannot work because 5 is occurring. The color 1 can occur with another one 6. The combination. So this is the first time you're seeing a composite primary. The combination is unique. 5, 1 will not occur again at all in meter. Or the other option is you can add a third field, make it ID, make it auto increment and future. To go that way because that's the easy way. You should know how to create composite keys. So you look at the table, you look at the combination that is unique and make it the primary key. Case behavior. All fields together are making the primary key. And definitely each record will be different from another because the table is a primary key, the combination. There is no third field. I could add more, but fields of a table together can make a primary. Now, that combination is unique. Or as I said, easy way out, you can add another ID field, make it auto increment and it will work. That's my job now. So that means I need 3 tables, right? I'll give you a break. I need 3 tables. I have to pick up this script and change, recreate 3 tables in those 3 tables and then populate it with data. I should also know. And then how you'll say, oh, then how will I get my data back? Join all 3 tables and you will get your answer back. That's what happens. That's how you work with it. Okay, so take a break, come back in 20 minutes and we'll go further. I'll show you once how to do it twice, and then of course after this you have to just know what normalization is. Okay?
When you do as, you don't have to put.
If it is a single word, no. But if it is more than one word, yes. If it has blank in between, yes.
But if it's underscore,
That is fine because it's a single word, right? So if it doesn't have any special character, you're okay.
That some of the students in the class aren't taking any of this seriously. I don't know their names, but some of the people in that table, not those 3, but their people who sit with them, they were using the F word and such, and apparently they were making fun. They're using the F word, other pieces of foul language. They said they didn't care about the exam or whatever. Plus, apparently, I think one of them was trying to imitate you, but not in a good way.
Okay.
Just thought you should know about it.
Thank you, Bradley.
But I'm trying to learn, and Silverth is a good spot. But I just thought you should know I'm not the only one who's being bothered.
I just don't study. I'm started. Each has a song.
8.
Why?
I don't know. Because it's writing.
That's German. I'm done. That's exactly how it's worded. Why did that? Why did that? I want to see you not reading that. See if he's. Turn around. I want you to read it.
Finish?
You don't
Or to read it?
Yeah.
I can't read it.
Come on. You can read it. Why? Out loud. So weird.
I'm not fucking reading it.
Just read it.
There's translation.
Just read it. Just read it. She was doing it right now.
I want to sound like an idiot.
She didn't. Well, you look like one.
Asshole.
Oh shit, dude. These are my thoughts. Very many. I see for the teams. No, I had,
They're just saying that. Yeah, right. That's both letters. Well, use the word. Oh, the side of.
No, not. It's cool in there, though. Yeah, it's like you run. You good? Yeah, you're going here. Good? Yeah, it's good. What rank are you? Training was a little bit better, but on my side. Let's see how you do. I'm going to say it. Which one? Try to come from the beginning. Okay, this is I'm sorry.
That was
Where the fuck are you reading from? Where is he reading from?
It's hard to do.
What do you guys do?
What?
Read this. What, this? Come. What is that?
What is it?
What makes
Yeah, how do you say?
Existe mesmo diferença entre live e
Shut up!
Yeah, I'm reading it. Yeah, weird. Shut up. A resposta é sim. That's you. A resposta é sim. Because the right way to say it is resposta.
That's your one?
A resposta é sim. E é bem grande a diferença. São dois objetivos. O Photoshop foi criado para editar imagens.
It's like a news video.
Ele permite um alto nível de processamento e controle de tratamento. Os controles podem estar pelo menos 8 anos para a o resultado final tem garantia de qualidade.
Letters?
Yeah,
These letters.
Yeah.
Because they have other letters, right?
Seriously.
Can you read that?
No. I think some don't go off, but
No. You're fine with it? Let's see how those social yourself, for example. Both when they can read, they can read.
You had a goal, you could have a wicked job of
Rapper
I can't fucking read.
Seriously?
Yeah. It's someone who didn't even got into
I mean, it's not that it's so hard. You don't know how to pronounce it.
I don't know what's the sound over here. Just like thinking we're gonna.
I know that's kind of the same temples.
Get a quote on the
Usually, it's
That's what you
But I mean,
It's all shit.
Yeah, that's not a
There is no.
This is not a B. This is not a.
This is good.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. One. It's not.
Can you write something in Russian?
Right.
Yeah, like writing the.
Oh, and
Oh,
okay.
like you have like so much of.
Whatever.
Word.
Just whatever. Random phrase.
Just have that from high school.
Like the submarine is a good.
That's something
It's
that
not whatever.
it won't be. You have a. That doesn't make sense.
Fuck off.
You don't have any-
No, I don't want
Like, I'm gonna
to.
report on it.
No, let's go.
It's in English.
First one. First guy. Forward. Forward here. Not guy.
Yeah. Give me 1 second, okay? I just have to, I'm answering a student's email, okay?
It's nothing bad. It's just like
Maybe next week.
so many questions. Yeah, I can try like exactly.
No, I said the literal meaning is that like
Okay, guys, let's complete this then. Okay, so you can, as I said, you can keep whatever you want. I'll just change the names of databases and my tables so that I have a new script and I can put that on Blackboard. Okay, so we've kind of decided those are the tables we want. And hopefully you understand why, right? Because one, I don't want to have any redundancy in my table. Redundant data will always cause problems in insertions, deletions, and selections, always. Anytime you want to update data, it will create problems. Anytime you want to delete data, it will create problems. And these are called anomalies, right? They are problems that do get created when your tables are not in the required normal form. So let's do it. So the first table, as I said, I'll create a table in which I'll only keep toy, right? That's what I'll do. So let's kind of start. We'll start with the first table. I'll leave it at toys and I'll remove this. So the colors is gone. And I remove this just because I've already kind of set it. Right? So that's my first table. Okay. My first table has a toy ID and has a toy. Let's create my second table. And this show create was just to see what is your engine. So if you do a show and you kind of, you'll see in the table, it tells you what your engine is. So I was double checking that yes, the engines are InnoDB now. You don't need it. Anyway, let's create my second table. So my second table is, and you can call it whatever you like. I'm going to drop the table again. I'm going to keep with my statement so that if you need it, you have it. I'm going to drop the table if exists. And you can call it whatever you like. I'm going to call it table colors. because it is giving me information about colors. Oops. Right, that's my second table. And again, for me, it's really useless. So I'll start commenting it out. I'll leave it for people who use Dreamhost. And you don't have to write it at all if you're using it on your own local machine. It's entirely up to you. Okay, now we have to create that table. So let's create that table. And we say, and you can call it, as I said, whatever you like. I'm going to stick with TBL colors. Whatever convention you need to follow, please see that you follow it completely. Okay, so I'm going to create this table, and we've already kind of said that what we need in this table is a color ID and a color, right? So we'll do the same thing. I'm going to just pick it up from here because it's so similar. Of course, change the names of them. I'll call it color ID. And I'll call it color. And the color was, color was, how much was it in the first table? 40, or how much was it? Or 10? I forget what was it in the first table. Oh, that's quite a big for color. Oh, because that was a field that was had duplicate data, like repeating group. So we'll go with the color, and we'll go with the color ID. And I think 10 is enough for a color. You can go 15 if you like. So that's my second. Oh, what happened to my create statement? There it is. That's my second table. Okay, so 2 tables done. Now the connecting table, that's also called a connecting table. You notice the connection? It's taking a toy ID from one, and it is taking the color ID from the other. It's combining them in the sense that that is your, always kind of say, oh, toy ID 5 go here. Whipple ball is available in color red. So you have to kind of access the other 2 tables and do it. Who of you know what wiffle ball is? What game is, what toy is that? Any idea? No? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I must have picked it up from wherever. Okay, right. So that's fine. So that connecting table, if you want to kind of regenerate your original table, I'll show you how to regenerate it. It's not tough at all. Your third table now. Your third table now, again, you can call it whatever you like. I can call it maybe toys and colors, table toys and colors. There, that's my third table. It's called toys and colors. And that has a color ID and that has a toy ID. And the toy ID is coming from this field, so I can pick it up. And give me 1 minute. I have to kind of take care of something, okay? We have to be a little careful in what we are doing here. We can't say that it is an auto increment key. It's not an auto increment primary key. I'll tell you why. It's obvious, but I think when I ask you, you'll understand why. There, right? Now, the first table is fine. Is it in the first normal form? Yes, it has a primary key. Is every field atomic in nature? Yes. So the first table is in the first normal form. Let's look at the second table. And the key is a toy ID, which is an auto increment key. Works fine for us. Okay, look at the second table. The table colors is in first normal form. Yes, because it has a primary key and every field is atomic in nature, or there is no repeating group of data. However you want to read it. Now the third table, look at the third table. Tell me the nature of this field toy ID and color ID in relation to the other 2 tables. What is the relationship between it? Can a value of toy ID appear in the toys and colors table if it is not present in the toys table? Can that happen? Can that happen? Can a value of toy ID appear in the toys and colors table if that information is not present in the table toys? Can that happen? Can it? if that information is not available here, that toy is not a toy being manufactured at all, how can I add that information here? I cannot. Toy called baseball. It's not a toy at all. What else? I don't know. Yo-yo is already done. Okay, so if there is no toy called yo-yo in the toys table, how can I have that toy here in this table? I cannot. There is a direct relationship. The value of toy ID in this table is drawn from a value in the toys table. It has to be present. Reference it, exactly. There has to be a reference. It cannot happen because that table is my main table, right? It's the table where I'm keeping information about all the toys. All the toys. So how can I say that this toy has this color if the toy doesn't exist? I can't do it. Similarly for color. The color ID value in this table is referring a value from the colors table. There is a reference. This is the relationship. There has to be a reference. I can't do it. If you are not registered in the registrar's office with the student number, can I have you in my grade book? No. Same thing. It's the same thing. How can you have information of toy ID, color ID? You're saying this toy is available in this color. How can you say that if the toy doesn't exist or if the color doesn't exist? So to kind of enforce that constraint or rule, primary key is a rule. It's also called a constraint, right? You've already done this constraint. Your defaults, your not null is another constraint. You're saying the value cannot be null. I'm now going to introduce you to another constraint, which is called a foreign key constraint. A foreign key is a field which can only refer to a value in another table, and that is a primary key in the other table. That's what a foreign key is. Foreign means coming from somewhere else, right? Foreign. But it has to take its value from another table. And how do I say that? This is how I'll say it. So we'll complete the definition of toy ID. So it is an int. I can't make it. I can't say, oh, it's a key, so I'll make it auto increment. That can't happen. Two things to be done. One, say that there is a primary key in the table. Now, whenever you have a composite primary key, it's easier to write it this way. You could have written primary in front of both of them, but this is easier to write it. I'm saying that the primary key of this table is this. Right? So you have a composite primary key. One. That's how you write a primary key with a composite key. Two, this field, toy ID, I'm going to put a rule to it. I'm going to say that there is a constant. You needn't mention the name of the constant, or you can remove this whole line, but giving it a name will help. If you want to change something about the constant afterward in your script, you can do it if it has a name, right? So I'm not going to stress a lot on it because I'm not going to do any programming. You learn that in your advanced course, but at least you know that constraints can be given a name, and the names are usually the name of the table underscore the name of the, quite a big name. I'll stick to something like C1 for constraint 1 and FK for foreign key. I mean, you can give it any valid name. Usually it is the table name. It's table toys and colors, and then underscore the name of the field, toy ID. That's the usual notation to give it. And why are constants given names? So that you have the option of changing its value or its rule somewhere further in your script. That's why they're given a name. So I'm going to call it constant C1 for the first constant, FK for the foreign key, because that's what it is called. And this is how you say it is a foreign key. You say toy ID is a foreign key. You don't have to place it exactly after toy ID as long as it is in the create table command. I mean, I just placed it so that it's easy to read, right? So you're saying that toy ID is a foreign key. So what is a foreign key? A foreign key is a field whose value has to be drawn from another table. It has to exist in another table where that is a key. Now, do I have to call it toy ID here? Absolutely not. You could have called it anything you like. Doesn't matter what you call it. You can call it toys ID or TT ID or whatever you want. It doesn't matter. The names don't have to match. What is important is you have to say that what is it referring to? You're saying references. What is it referencing to? It is referencing from the table toys. It is referencing the field called, what was it called? Toy ID. And then you put a comma here. Let me just double check if I've taken care of everything. It's a foreign key. That's its name. That's what it references. I'll kind of keep a gap so that you can read what doesn't. Oh, that's what it doesn't like. So this is how you do. So line number 42 is not required. You don't have to give a name to a constraint. But by giving a name to this constraint, to this rule, a constraint is a rule, you can work with the C1FK in your script if required, right? When you program, you will learn how to change your constraints if you like. You can refer to it. It has a name now. Like table has a name, database has, has a name, this has a name. So now read what it is saying. You're trying to define a constant. See, no commas, nothing in between. Please notice how I'm defining it. It's a constant. The name of the constant is C1 underscore FK. C1 for constant 1, FK for foreign key. That's how I've named it. The rule usually is table name underscore the name of the field. You're talking about this field. So if you like, you can put that here. I mean, that's how you do it. Again, the name of this field doesn't even matter what it is. Why? Because you're mentioning it here. All you're saying is this, the toy ID is a foreign key because it is referencing the toy ID of the table toys table. So you have created a foreign key in a table. You knew primary key. Now you know foreign keys, and foreign keys will always be referring to a value to a field in another table. And it will usually be a primary key in that other table. Right? That's how you say. Now try to make a constraint for color. Again, if it confuses you, you can change the name here. You can change toy ID to whatever you like. I keep it same. It gives me easy to remember. It's easy to remember. The more names there, the more tough it is to remember. How will you form a constraint here? What do you want to say here now? You want to say that there is another constraint in my table, right? So of course it has to have a different name. Let's call it C2. There's another constraint. The constraint is on which field? So remember this color ID is the local color ID. I mean of this table. So it's like Java. If you don't mention this with it, it's about the local table. This is my local table. This is the table I am. So this is referring to this color ID of this table. When I have to refer to a field of another table, I mention the name of the table. So that's your instance variable if you want to make a kind of connection. Okay. So that's your this. So what is this saying? This saying there is another constant called C2FK. Again, any name that you like as long as it is meaningful. Mine are not very meaningful, but at least they're not bad. They're not XYZ. The key, the foreign key, there is another foreign key. So there are two foreign keys in this table. One, toy ID is also a foreign key and color ID is also a foreign key. And the color ID is referencing the table, the color ID from the table colors. There it is. Now my create table command is complete. So no commas while you do it. No commas while you do it. Okay. So now my three tables are ready. So these are the three tables that we talked about. So definitely foreign key is something new for you. And now you have three tables. You'll say, oh God, it was less work with one table. I only had to maintain a table, but it was not in the first normal form. It is a rule that every table at the minimum should be in the first normal form because it does create problems in insertions and updations and deletions in future. It does. It has anomalies. Anytime I want to update something, since it is present at more than one places, I have to change it everywhere. You have to delete something more than one places, I have to do it at many places. So it causes inconsistency in data. The data integrity is lost. So we go with first normal form. So the tables are ready. Now I have to put data into it. Of course, I have to put data into it. So start inserting data into your first table. So I'm going to keep this table which I originally had so that you can see. So insert your data into your first table. And remember it had two fields. So you can start putting your fields so that now because there's more complicated, it's more complicated, we can start doing it this way. And what are the values you want to put? The values you want to put are the name. That's my first record. My second record is 6 with the frisbee. My third is with 9 with the kite. And my fourth one is the last one. is 12 with yo-yo. One table is ready. That's my first table. So in my toys table, I have a toy ID, and I chose to put toy ID myself. It was an auto increment, but I chose to do it myself, right? And then I have a toy. Okay, let's go to the second one. Your second table is the colors table. And in this, I'll only put the color because I really don't care what the IDs for the colors are. And you put whatever colors you want. You can, the ones that we were using definitely should be there so that I have a white, yellow, blue, and green. So you can use any sequence you like. I'm going just white. So that's my first one. I'm going yellow, blue. I'm just copying from the table. My third one is blue. Right? Do I have another one? I have a green and I have a red. Of course, and look at the advantage of it. Any toy can be added to the list, even though maybe I still don't know what color it will be produced. So the manufacturer says, oh, you know what? I'll start also manufacturing a ball, right? Like a stress ball. I'll manufacture a stress ball. But he doesn't have any clue what will be the colors and so on. He can just put that information in his table toys. That information can go in the table toys without any, maybe he hasn't even decided on the colors. Any new color he wants to maybe he says, you know what, I'll start manufacturing toys now in orange also. All he has to do is add that record to the colors table, because it doesn't matter. Right? It doesn't matter because, it doesn't affect anything. So it doesn't matter. So here are the colors. White, yellow, what don't I like? What doesn't it like? Oh, the word values is missing. There it is. So white, yellow, blue, green, red, and we've taken care of all. And again, if the manufacturer says, now I'll also be manufacturing colors in toys in orange, doesn't matter. He doesn't need a place. He doesn't need to say, oh, there has to be a toy in this. Information. Because they're independent tables. Information about a new toy can go into toys. Information about a new color can go into colors. Even if you don't produce, the manufacturer is not producing it. And in the third table, which is now called toys and colors, I think, right? So what do we need to put here? We need to put a toy ID and a color ID. That's what we need to put. And how do we need to put it? So white, yellow, and blue. So I'm kind of writing the three colors here so that I don't forget, okay? So white, yellow, and blue. So 5. So white I'll take, yellow is a 2. And blue is a 3. Once I do that, I'll remove this yellow, blue from here, and I'll replace it with 1. And then numeric values, don't put them in quotes, please. So that's for the toy number 5, wiffle ball. Frisbee is coming in green and yellow. So green is 4 and yellow is 2. Oops, green is 4 and yellow is 2. So now you can remove this information. Of course, it is a lot of work right now because I didn't start right. If I had started right, then I'm not going to I don't have to do all this work, extra work I'm doing. But whatever it is, since we are changing it. The 9, toy number 9 is available in red, which is the last one. Blue is 3 and green is 4. 3, 4. And this is 5. Right? Sequence doesn't matter. So that's 9, 5, 3, and 4. So red, blue, and green. And then yo-yo is in white and yellow. So white is 1 and yellow is 2. There. Now all these tables are in first normal form. All these tables are in first normal form. They're all in the first normal form. If you run this script, though there is nothing to see, but if you run this script, oops. Right? Now you'll say, oh, that's too much information. How can I combine? Definitely we'll learn how to combine the tables. Try this now. Try this. See what happens. Try to add a toy 13 whose information is not present in the toy table. Try that. Try to insert that table. 13 is not a valid toy. You'll say, like, how will it know? Because of that foreign key constant that I've put. Try to run it. You'll get an error. See, what does it say? Cannot add or update a child row, a foreign key constant fails. You can't do it. You can't add a non-existing toy. And that's what you want to do. That you've enforced that rule. If you don't enforce the rule, then the whole concept is gone. You can add whatever toys you want, and there is no table information on it. So you can't do this. And you can't even do this. So maybe I have a 1. I don't have a 1, sorry. I have a 5. I can't add 11. Color. A non-existing color can also not be added. Can't do even this. Same problem. I'll have the same problem. Make sense? You cannot add non-existing toys. So you have to stop here, and you can say, cannot add, and you give example. You cannot add 13, 1, for example. Or you cannot even add 5, 10, for example. You can't, because they don't exist. You cannot do it. Since non-existing toy ID in record 1 and color ID in record 2. So you can do it. So you cannot add this record. And if you want, you can just put it in comments, like this one. Then you can put it in a different line, put this in a different line, and then you can put a comment here. As long as you know what I'm trying to do. This is non-existing color ID. And this is coming because of the foreign key. I mean, I've already commented it now. There it is. Foreign key, here you're kind of violating the foreign key rule. Which constant are you violating? C1 FK. You're violating the C1 FK. And what you're violating here? You're violating the C2 FK. That's what you're violating. You cannot do it. So of course, you can always do a select to see that your tables exist. That's how we know they exist. You can select star from the first table. And your first table is table toys. I'll make a copy before I start putting. So this is table toys. This is table colors. And this is table toys and colors. Let me complete all 3 forms first, and then I'll show you how you can join tables, okay? And if you run this script, this should run perfectly fine. So those toys and colors. Thank you. There it is, right? So that's toys and colors. That's the colors and that's the toys. So I did not add anything extra either in toys or in colors, but you can. Without even, you don't need the third table. The third table is your relationship table. It is relating the toy ID to the color ID. It's also called the intersecting table sometimes because it's the intersection of the two. Okay? And the primary key of the third table, and they're all in third normal form, and the primary key of the third table is the combination together. So don't forget to write your primary key. Okay? That's your first, yes.
You were supposed to create a new query called toys1NF.
It's not a query, it's a script, but I renamed my not 1F to 1F for my records.
Oh, well, I haven't renamed it yet, but I've been following.
That's okay. You don't have to. I just kept the original and I changed it. Okay? Now.
I've been changing the thing.
Yeah, that's okay. Right? So it works now. So now you understand how, if a table is not in the first normal form, how to split it into tables with the first normal form. You'll always have more than one tables. Yes.
I have a problem with
Which one?
engine.
With the intersection?
The storage engine, yeah.
The storage engine. What is it saying? Maybe you didn't set it properly. Did you call it properly? Go to your set command. Set default storage. System variable. Unknown. It says the system variable is unknown. Let me double check. Your spellings are right. Maybe the word is wrong. Let's double check. Yeah, no, it is default storage engine. Anybody else having problem with people? Anybody working on DreamHost? Tyler is getting a variable is unknown. It says his spellings are correct. I don't know. You have to have a system variable by that name. It exists. I didn't see anything wrong in your spelling. Just type it again. I don't know. Like I really don't know what the problem could be. To double check what your default is, you can open up your INI file, or you can always do a show table. And if it says it's InnoDB, you can ignore it.
Yeah, it already says
It's InnoDB?
Yeah.
That's why it says you can ignore it. Then just comment it out. But it should not say that it's a system variable does not exist. That's not the error it should come up with. I mean, if we set something that's already available, it's not wrong to do it. I already have my SQL save updates to 0, but I'm still setting it. I already have strict all tables. I've already done it, but I still set it in my script. But the error that you're getting is not making sense. It's the error message that is not making sense. I don't know. You can Google it and see, or I can do it afterwards. But right now, I don't know what it means. Okay, please open up not second normal form now. Right now, let's open up not second normal form. So we had the not first normal form. I converted it now into the first normal forms. All my 3 tables are in first normal form. Now let's go to second. Let's look at the definition of the second first, and then try to tell you what the problem is, and then we will convert it again. Okay. So now this is again a table. It's again about toys and colors. Database name, really, it's just whatever made sense to me. I've created a table. Again, drop is not required for me. And then I've inserted some toy IDs, the same that you had there, but with the toy. And then I have another table called table toys other, just so that you have it, because this has to change anyway. Now let's see, when is it? So is a table being in the first normal form good enough principle? It is the minimum requirement. It's not the best, it is the minimum requirement. So every table in a relational database must be in the first normal form. That's the minimum requirement. We definitely want to go up the ladder to 2, to 3, to 4, to 5, and BCN. Because you will again see if I don't have it in the required form, then there are problems. Now let's look at the problems first. So the first one is saying, this is a toy table toys. It has a toy ID and it has a toy. The table is fine. It is in first normal form. It has a primary key. I don't see any duplicate data. All fields are atomic in nature. This is in first normal form. Let's look at the second table. The second table has a toy ID and it has a constraint on it. It says it has to be drawn. Oops, put an underscore here. It says it needs to draw it values from the table toys. That's good enough. We've learned about constraints. And now look at the other 3 fields. This table is saying which table is available in which store. Sorry, which toy is available in which store. So the store ID is about the store. Which store? So if I kind of say, I go to Toys R Us and I say, oh, I'm looking for this. Do you have it? They can check up the computers and say, oh, it is available in New Market store. Right? So that's the store ID. So store ID says an ID of the store. I'm not doing names and everything yet. And then the store has an address, because store at New Market, store on Bayfield, whatever, it has an address. And then the inventory, how much of that toy is available? How many of that toys? So when you go to you can do this at any of your stores. You can always say it's not available here. Do you have it available anywhere else? They look up, they say, oh, there are 2 of this at New Market. They'll tell you, they're getting this information from a database, of course, right? Now let's look at what's wrong in these 2 tables. Let's look at this table. Is it in the first normal form? It has a primary key, yes. Every field is atomic in nature. I don't see any duplicates anywhere. There's no non-atomic field. All fields are atomic. So it's fine. And the primary key of the table is toy ID and store ID together. Only toy ID will not do. Only store ID will not do, of course. right? Store address doesn't make sense. Inventory doesn't make sense. So the combination toy ID and store ID combined is the primary key, right? Now, what is the problem that you see here? Like something that's not right without looking at my notes. Of course, there's a comment there. What is store address related to? Does it have any relationship with the toy ID and the inventory? Does the store address have any relationship with the toy ID or the inventory? Logically? No. The only field with which it has a relationship is which field? Store ID. Store ID is 1, Bay field. Store ID 2, New Market. Store ID 3, 1. Things like that. So address is only dependent upon which field? ID. It has no relationship with toy, or it has no relationship with inventory at all. This table is not in the second normal form. Now, when is a table said to be in the second normal form? Let's see the definition first. A table is in the second normal form. You can say second or 2. If it is in the first normal form, it definitely has to be in the first normal form. So that's already taken. You have to have it in the first normal form. And every non-key field, what is non-key? Inventory is non-key, doesn't take part in the primary key. It's a non-key field. Store address is a non-key field. Okay, and every non-key field is completely dependent on the whole primary key. So in our case, inventory is entirely dependent on this combination, because if I say what's the inventory of yo-yo at New Market, I need both information. I'm looking for this toy at this branch. So my inventory is dependent upon the whole primary key. It is, because how will I inventory of what? Of this toy. Where? At this address. So I need both fields. But look at store address. Is store address completely dependent upon the whole primary key? Nope. It's only dependent upon the store ID. This table is not in the second normal form. So your first table is, there is no problem here at all. Toy ID is the primary key. Toy is dependent upon toy ID. We are done. The second table is not in the normal form because store address, a non-key attribute, it's a non-key attribute, it's not in the key, is not completely dependent upon the whole primary key. It is dependent upon part of it. It only depends upon store ID. It does not depend upon toy ID and store ID. So here is the problem. You'll say, what's the big problem? Let's look at what's the big problem. Toys R Us is opening another store, right? And it is opening that store maybe, I don't know, Mississauga. It is opening it at Mississauga. It has to open it. It needs to keep this information in the database. It can't go in the first table because it has toy and toy ID. It cannot go in the second because it's not yet selling any toys in it. There's nothing else. The only information is a new store in Mississauga has to be opened. So they would just want to keep this information about a store in Mississauga with store ID 5. They can't do it. Why? Because if they try to keep it in this table, they need an inventory, which is right now 0. You'll say, okay, fine, 0. But what? There are no toys yet. I can't put this information. Right? Another thing, suppose for whatever reason, the Toys R Us in Barrie has changed from Bayfield to somewhere in South, right? So address has changed. Now this information is present in this table many times because the store is carrying many toys. So this information, that store address of Toys R Us of Bayfield needs to be changed. You will have to change it, update it at as many records as there are in this table. And there could be any number of records. Why? Because it may be selling any number of toys. So updation is difficult. You'll say, what's difficult about it? We'll put an update statement and there it goes, updates everything. But it's not the right way of doing it. It's the same with every programming language. In Java also I say, do a job at one place, right? Only things so that there is no redundancy of data. Duplication means redundant data. Anything you duplicate, it is redundant because it's not required. And similarly for delete. If I want to delete, Toys R Us doesn't want to hold a store in Barrie at all. It's not doing well. You have to remove this information. You'll have to remove as many records as in your table wherever you have a Barrie address. Again, more than one deletion is required. Just because this table is not in the second normal form. So you have duplicate redundant data. And duplicate data always causes problems in insertions, updations, and not insertions, updations and deletions for sure. Always. So we can't work with this table. Not, you'll say, what's the big deal? Like, it's just updating and deleting. How does it matter? It takes more time. I'm talking about 10 records. In the real life, there are trillions of records, right? I'm just not talking, oh, it's such a small table. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Okay, so we are talking about problems being created due to redundant data in my second table. Problems in updations, problems in deletions. I'll have to always manage it. And what it can cause is, while updations are being done, a particular row is locked. For example, in InnoDB, a row is locked. Another row has not yet been updated, and information in that row is wrong because it still needs to be updated. How does update work? Update your first record, then whatever, then whatever. So maybe the first record is updated, the second hasn't been yet updated, and somebody is doing a selection. Selection always can be done. They get a value called something else in one record, another address in another table. Completely wrong data. Completely wrong data has been selected. So duplicate, redundant data will cause problems in selection, in updation, and in deletion. And so we don't want it. So what should I do? How can I convert? So the first table is okay. What should I do with my second table? Think of it, something like we did on our first thing. Split the table. How will you split it? What should you put in one table and what should you put in another table? Think about it. It's very logical. It has to be split into 2 or more tables. I did it in 3 in the first time, but now this one needs 2 tables. What are the 2 tables? What should you have in the first table and what should you have in the second table? Come on, I want to hear some answers. Sorry? In one table, perfect, because store ID and store address are related. They go in one table. Store ID becomes the primary key and store address is dependent upon it. What about the second table? Not Yana this time, somebody else. What about the second table? So store ID and store address go to one table. What about the second table? Inventory and toy ID is what I'm hearing. What kind of information does inventory need? Think about it even. Inventory needs 2 pieces of information. Which toy in which store? So toy ID, store ID, and inventory in your second table. See? So inventory of what? Of a toy, but where? Right? So store ID and store address go into one table, and store ID, toy ID, and inventory go into another. That job will be done. So redo it now. Let's change it. So I'm going to again save this as and then do the change. Oh. Again, it's up to you wherever you want to do it. So I'm going to save it as, now it will be in second normal form. So I'm going to call it second normal form and save it. Now let's start. So the first is okay. There's no problem in the first table at all. Let's do the second table, right? So I'm going to kind of start here. So I'm going to drop a table if it exists. You can call it whatever you like. If you want to keep with me and I want to keep with what I have in my notes, though it is not necessary at all. Store information is the first one that Yana said. So let's create a table, store information. Right? And in that store information, I'm going to drop it and then I'm going to create it. Once I do that, then I'll remove this table. Okay. So create this table. And in that, what do we need? We already have kind of decided what we needed because that makes sense. We need a store ID and we need a store address. So pick it up from here. Here. The job is done. And what is the primary key? Store ID is your primary key. There and there. Table 2 is ready. Is it in the first normal form? Yes, it has a primary key. There are no repeating groups. Is it in the second normal form? Yes, because the primary, see, if the primary key is a single field, then you don't even have to think about it. It's already in the second normal form. Why? Because the definition of second normal form says every non-key attribute depends completely on the composite key. Now, if the key is only a single field, if the primary key is not even composite, you don't even have to think about it. It is already in the second normal form. Right? Okay, so this is my second table. This is my second table. Now remains my third table. So the third table, again, you can call whatever you like. I'm going to call it table store inventory. That's my third table. And now from my third table, I want to keep my toy ID. I want to keep my store ID. And I want to remove this. And I have to add another constraint. Why? Because the store ID value has to come from the second table. Add your constraint. Let's call it C2FK. Let's say the foreign key is store ID. That's the name of this field in this table. Please remember. And it is picking up its information from this table. It's picking up this information from this table. And the primary key still is toy ID and store. Is this table in the second normal form? One. First thing, is it in the first normal form? First normal form means it has a primary key. Yes, it has a primary key. Second, is every field atomic in nature or no duplicate, like no repeating groups? Toy ID is atomic in nature, cannot be broken down. Store ID, atomic in nature, cannot be broken down. And inventory, again, a number, cannot be broken down. Right? So this is an int, normal int variable. Of course, this toy ID must match your type in the other one. That was also an int. That can be a character and this can be int. That cannot happen. Why? Because it is referencing the values. It has to have the same type and size. The name doesn't matter. Name doesn't matter at all. But the type of the field from which it is drawing its value, the type of the field which it is referring to, has to have the same type and size. Logical, right? You can't say, oh, that's a character field and I'm going to draw an integer value out of it. How can that be possible? It can be possible. So what have I done? This table was simple. I'm saying, okay, in one table, I'll only have the store ID and the store address. So I have that information saved. A new branch in new market, all it has to do is add that information here. It doesn't have to bother. Oh, I don't have toys in that store. It's not, it's just a new store. It doesn't have to put that information anywhere yet. Right? If information about a new toy needs to be put, you can put it here without even thinking. A new toy, it's not yet available in market anywhere. It's a new toy. It's a new toy being manufactured. Just put that information here. You don't have to worry about it. And in the third table, of course, the third table is again the connecting table. The third table is again the connecting table. The connecting table will always draw some information and a record in that table has to be complete. So of course, if you're trying to say this toy is now available in this store, in this inventory, then you have to put that information there. Now split your data. So the first one only has, oops, I made syntax errors here. My mistake. Please, this was called table toys. When it runs, we will know. But anyway, table toys with the underscore is missing. Now in the table toys, I only have this value. I don't have to make a change anywhere here. I'm fine. The change has to come in the other two. In one, I only want to keep data. Here it is. In one, I only want to keep data. And in the other one, I only want to keep the combination. So we'll do this. So now your table can go. Remove this table. I don't have any table called toys other. So describe a table that exists now, and we called it table store inventory. Always, once you create tables, it's always a good habit to describe them. That's one table described. Describe your first table, which I didn't describe. Always describe it. That way you know you're going the right way. This is your second table. You can describe them all together, doesn't matter. Though there is no statement in between. And this is my third table. Always describe your tables. Once you are satisfied, you can drop it, like you can remove the statement. The table name is table store. So describe all your tables. You can put your describe. So one table done, second table done, and third table done. All my three tables are ready. Right? Right now, if you kind of comment out the insertions, because the insertions are incorrect, and you show your tables, you should be able to show all your tables. Do a select from all tables, okay? Do a select from all three tables, just to see that everything is okay. Oh, there is nothing to select in the last two, but that's okay. So add 3 describe statements and add 3 select statements. Of course, I won't have anything in the last 2 selects yet. Oh, Gave the same name, store information. So 2 tables are empty and 1 table has data. But I'm seeing if all my syntax is right. I don't see red squigglies anywhere, but let's see. Let's do a run. Okay, so it works. So that's my first table. That's my second table. That's my third table. All 3 tables are okay. How many much? What? Oh, I think okay, so that's my toy table. That's an empty table. That's an empty table. And what's this? Oh, show tables. These are the 3 tables in my database. Now I have to split the data also, right? So I've created tables. Now I have to split the data also. How do you split the data? You already have insert statements. So you know what I'll do? I'll kind of copy them. What else can I do? Except that we'll have to change names. So store information was coming here. So let me do something. Let me kind of write one and then I can copy and paste. So insert into store. So keep that information into your table store information. That's one table I have to create. And table store information had store ID and store. Okay, so I'll have to pick it up. 1, 3, 4. Okay, so that's one table I'll have to insert into. And then I need another table. And the other third table was called. So keep in mind, if I don't start right, how much extra effort I am doing. And therefore we say designing is important. You design your tables first and then you go forward. If they were not correctly designed, then this is all mess you have to do. You'll have to mess up everything. Okay, now let's do it. What do we want to insert? So I'll kind of copy. We'll take this. We'll put it here. I don't need the toy ID. I don't need the inventory. So that is what is going in the first table. And I'm going to kind of, do values. Just saves me. Here. Okay, so 1 and 23 maple. Okay, so that's one. That's your first one. 1 and 23 maple. Okay, that's your first one. Store ID 3241. 3241. Oh, there are 1, 2, 3, 4. There are only 4 of them. So see, now it's easy. I just have information about 4 of them. So I have a 2, I have a 3, and I have a 4. They're repeated in that table because of redundancy. Okay, so 1 is 23 maple. 3 is this. 3 is this. Put it here. That's 3. 2 is this. Put it here. And 4 is 17. There. And notice information is only occurring once. That's the best part. There is no redundancy of data. And redundant data always causes problem. There. Information about a store is exactly present in one place, one time. That's the beauty of it now. It's already in the first normal form. It is already in the second normal form. So I had 3 values. 1, 2, 3, 4 were the 4 IDs I had for store. And they were repeated here. All I did was I picked them up. 23 maple was 1. 1902 Amber Line maybe was 2. 100 East North Street was 3. And Angel Side, 17 Angel Side was 4. That's my second table. My table is ready. Each information only occurs once. Not like this. It's occurring. 1 is occurring twice. 2 is occurring twice. 4 is occurring twice. No anomaly at all. I want to insert new information. Easy. I want to change information only at one place. I want to delete information only at one place. And there's no inconsistency of data while a record is being upgraded and another one is being selected. consistency at all. Otherwise, I'll have to lock my table. If I'm updating, I'll say lock it, because while I'm updating, there are so many duplicates, nobody should be able to access my table. Now your third one, your table store inventory has what? It has three parts. It has toy ID. It has a toy ID. It has a store ID. And it has an inventory. That's what it has. Three parts to it, right? And then we'll put the values. And now you may kind of use this. You can use this one now, because what we don't need is the store address. So you can kind of, if you like, you can just pick it up from here. The first three values in every record have to come here. The first three values have to come, toy ID, and then remove the comma, and then, so this way you can do it. 5312, that's your second one. 6210 is your third one. Yes, Bradley?
At the closing bracket.
Yeah, I will. I'm just kind of copying first and then I'll do it. That's okay. Copy the first three fields of all your records into here, and then we'll put the closing and the opening, whatever is required. And now then you can remove the table, okay? Now you can remove the table. Once you have all your values, you can remove the table. And again, keep in mind, we cannot insert something that does not exist. You have to keep in mind, foreign keys constraints say you cannot insert a value if it does not refer to a value in the other one. So put your comma and your brackets. Brackets and your comma. So close your record, put your comma. Close your record, put your comma. In the last one, there you are. And now when you run the script, we have three tables and we have three tables, and we have three tables with data, and of course the result. Right? So again, I had to split. That's the only way. When you want to go from a non-normalization form to a normalization form, the solution is always splitting your tables. That's the only solution, because what is wrong? Something is wrong in the table structure. So if something is wrong in the table structure, you will have to change it. So you don't want to change it. So what do I mean, if you had started right, you would start with these three tables. But if you have a table that is not in the second normal form, then that's what you do. Okay, now this table is in all three tables are in second normal form. Each of them are in the first normal form, and all three tables are also in the second normal form. And the rule to remember in the second normal form is if the table has a single field, primary field, that is only a single field, you don't even have to bother. Because the problem in second normal form is every non-key attribute is completely dependent upon the composite key field. So if your primary field is not composite, you don't even have to check it. It's fine. If it's in the first normal form, it is automatically also in the second normal form. Only for primary keys that are single. For composite ones, this had a composite primary field. This one had a composite primary field. Anything that has a composite primary field, you will have to go and check. Okay, so every field, is it in first normal form? Yes. Is every non-key field, actually there is only one non-key field here, the inventory. Is it completely dependent upon the field? Yes, it is. Job done. Second normal form is complete. Now comes the third normal form. So a third normal form, we'll look at third normal form, and then we'll learn how to split that tables, which we won't be able to do today, but we'll see what it is. We'll split it next time, and then you will be able to work with it, okay? Then I'll show you how to join tables. We'll learn how to join tables. So now pick up. So please open the not third normal form now. So now the aim is that the tables are already in the second normal form, but I'll see that one of the tables is not in the third normal form. So third normal form, automatically its first rule is it should be in the first normal form, it should be in the second normal form. Only then you talk about the third normal form, right? So let's look at it. Again, I have a few set statements. I have databases being dropped and created, tables now. So this table is about books. Every book, I took a different example because it was easier to do it in this way, right? I didn't stick with my toys and all that. In this table books, every book has an author, every book has a title, every book is published by a publisher, and here is his ID. We don't have anything else about him. Of course, there could be another table called publisher in which you have all the information about publisher. And then there is a publisher city. It's saying, where is this publisher office located? Kind of odd. Do you see something is wrong right here? And then the primary key of this table is author and title together. It's a primary key. I'm taking a composite primary key. Because if I had a single key, then it is automatically in the second normal form also, and actually also in the third normal form. So we'll now talk about third in a minute. So to recognize a book, to identify a book, you need an author and the title of the book. The combination is always unique. Of course, if it was real world, I would be using ISBN, right? But I'm trying to look for an example that is bad, and then I'm going to show you why it is bad. So I'm not looking at perfect examples here. I picked up an example that I could have done better. I could have added an ISBN and made that the primary key. But here is something that I want to show you what's not right. Now let's look at the primary key. The primary key is author and title. When is a table set? Now see something. Is the city dependent upon the primary key at all? Has it to do anything with the author and the title? Nope, not at all. The publisher city is only dependent upon the publisher ID. It's related to the ID. It's related to the publisher. This information is about the publisher. Publisher ID, publisher city. So what is the problem? This is not in third normal form because a non-key attribute, that's a non-key attribute, and that's also a non-key attribute. A non-key attribute is indirectly dependent upon the key. You'll say, what is the meaning of indirectly? Publisher city depends upon publisher ID, and publisher ID is related to the book and the author. That's dependent upon the key. This is called a non-transitive relation, indirect relations. If you have an indirect relation in a table, it is not in the third normal form. Right? So look at it again. A table is in the third normal form if it is in the second. So that has to be done. It is already in the second, so already in the first. And every non-key field, that's a non-key field, that's a non-key field, must be dependent directly on the primary key. So is publisher ID directly dependent upon author and title? Of course. A publisher is always linked to a total author and title. Java books, many publishers do it. But Java book by detail and detail is only done by Wiley. So publisher ID is completely dependent upon the key. It is dependent. But publisher city is my second non-key attribute. My second non-key attribute is publisher city. Publisher city is not even dependent upon the key at all. It is dependent upon another field. That field is dependent upon the primary key. This is called indirect relation, right? It's an indirect dependence, it is called. And it is also called non-transitive. So it is a transitive. You're going from one place to the other and then that place to further. That's a transitiveness, right? So a table is said to be in the third normal form if every non-key attribute is non-transitively or directly dependent upon the primary. That's the third normal form. If I want to split this up, and then there are some inserts and so on. And again, you'll say, so what's the big problem? The first problem is if a publisher is now changing his office from, say, London to New York, that information may be present and more here. It's present right here. Number 1, right? Now, if this publisher is changing his office from New York to London, I have to make these changes at 2 places. Anytime there is redundancy of data, duplication of data, you will always have problems in ID, always, by default, right? And I want to remove this now. So logically speaking, what will you do? Think of it. How will you split this table? It's quite forward. It's quite straightforward. How will you split the table? Manjeet, how will you split this table into more than one table so that they are both in the third normal form? Give it a try. It's not that tough, right? Think. What's your first table? Doesn't matter if you're wrong. Give it a try. Author, title.
Author, publisher ID, and
Okay. Manjeet says author, publisher ID, and publisher city. Author has nothing to do with the city at all. Does it? No. It only has to do something with publisher ID. So publisher ID and publisher city will go into one table because that's information about publisher. And the second table. Second table. Hardeep, second table. We are left with still two more fields. That's one done. It's already done. That's one table. I'm talking about the second table now. Author, title, and what? City is only dependent upon ID. ID, exactly. ID. Because publisher is related to, I just said, Java books, many publishers are publishing it, but Java by detail and detail, title and author together, Wiley publishes them. Publisher ID is Wiley. So two tables will be created. One which has just the publisher ID and the publisher city, because that's only information about what? Publisher. It's already in the first normal form. There are only two fields. Publisher ID will be the key. It's already in the second normal form because it's a single key, and it is also in the third normal form. I don't see any non-transitive relation at all. Publisher city is dependent upon publisher ID. The second table will have title, author, and publisher ID. Is it in the first normal form? Yes, it has a key, no repeating groups. Is it in the second normal form? Every non-key attribute, publisher ID, is completely dependent upon the key. Yes. And third, is there any non-transitive relationship? No. That's how you will write the tables. So you will get two tables. You'll get two tables, and the two tables will be what? Your first table, you can keep it as book, and you can remove this. Remove it. That's your first table. Table. Okay, so I won't make any difference changes here. I'll save it as. It's not a tough one at all. You just have to kind of put two and two together, right? So I'll remove this from here. Remove. That's my table books. Create another table. Create another table. Create another table and call it table publishers, because this is information about publishers, right? And what do you want in this table? You want the publisher ID and you want the publisher city. Oh, and the publisher city was what? What was the publisher city? You guys still may have it. What is it? Character something or varchar? Varchar? Okay. What size? 25? Not null? Was it not null? Thank you. And of course, in this one, we only have this as the primary key. Table 1 done, table 2 done. Job done. And this one stays at this. Both tables are ready. Both tables are in third normal form. Both tables are in third normal form. So now all these tables are in third normal form. And we must do that here also. All these tables are in second normal form. And all the tables are in third normal form. There you are. All tables are in third normal form. Look at them. So, and I'll remove the not just because it's kind of neat not to have it. You don't have to, but here. Let's look at the table books. Is it in the first normal form? Yes. There is no non-atomic field. There is a primary key. Is it in the second normal form? Every non-key attribute is fully dependent upon the key. Yes, publisher ID is fully dependent upon the composite primary key. Third normal form, is publisher ID non-transitively dependent? No, it's directly dependent. Third normal form, right? Let's look at the second table. In the first normal form and in the second normal form already, single field. Third normal form, only non-key attribute, and it is directly dependent upon the key. Both tables are in third normal form. And all you have to now do is, when you have this, in this table, books table, remove your New York from everywhere and add a new table. That's all you have to do. Insert into, your table was called TBL Publishers. And the publishers had a pub ID and a pub city. And again, notice this information will only occur once. Two fields. You have a 1, you have a 2, I see a 3, and I see a 5. I see these three values. The first one is New York. Take that information from here, put it here. Your, oh, I don't see a 2 also. Sorry, no, there it is. 2. 2 is also a New York, which is okay. Two people, right? Two publishers can be in different, same city, but they're different publishers anyway. Your third one is 3, San Francisco. And your fourth one, which is your 5, is Boston. And notice I haven't lost any information. The main thing that you have to remember is that you don't lose any information. And I have not lost any information at all. I can recombine these tables and I'll be ready to go. Why is it giving a wrong here? Oh, the word values is missing. I always skip it. And then remove this from every record. City goes away. It doesn't have a city anymore. It doesn't have a city anymore. It doesn't have a city anymore. Doesn't have a city anymore. There it is. Oh, both my tables are ready. And I have not lost any information at all. Publisher ID was in New York from the second table. 2 was in New York, second table. 3 is in San Francisco, second table. 5 is in Boston, second table. Publisher ID 2 has this book, John G. by Easy Penguin, 5 ideas, Healthy Me, whatever. Right? There it is. No information has been lost. So your next job will be, if I can break up tables, can I also recombine those tables? So I'll do the same thing here. I'll do a control of, I'll do a publisher here. I'll kind of run it to see if everything is okay just before I put it on Blackboard. Run it once just to see that everything is fine. If not, then we'll double check. There it is. So that's my first table. That's its data. That's my second table. That's its data. In the third, 3 tables are now in the third. That's your first, second, and third normal form. You're not expected to do 4, 5, and BCNF in this course. I don't know whether they do it in the second course. I have no idea. But this is the basics you should know to design a table. So even if you go out to become a programmer, you should know at least these 3 basics. As I said, there is 4 and 5. They just make it better. Because what you are trying to do as you are going along and following these principles, you're making your design better and better. And if the design is good, in the long run, maintenance will be small. Realize please that 60% goes into maintenance after a software comes into the market. 60% cost is maintenance. So if you're not writing good code, if you're not doing it well, you have more money into maintenance. Right? So I'll put all these 3, and now next time we will be ready to do joins. Okay, so that's your next 4 weeks. In between, we'll do assignments. Okay, however it goes. So all these 3 will come on Blackboard for you. We haven't done one from this week 9 I gave you. It's not a big deal. I'll do it afterwards. Okay. Okay, guys. Thank you for your patience. We are done for today.
So if there is reference to a table, you cannot delete that table afterwards.
No, yeah. There are many rules out of it. So I didn't make any references. All my references were to tables that already exist. Maybe you didn't change a name or something.
No, I'm just curious, like afterwards, like if you want to drop the table and
yeah,
there is references in
then you can do it. Yeah, no, you cannot, because then there are certain constants. If you delete a table, all children tables should also be deleted. So if you want to delete a particular record that is being, so suppose toy ID 5 is being referenced somewhere else, you cannot delete. But you can make, it's called cascading deletes and so on. You'll learn more about it in your advanced. But of course, logically no, right? Yes, Hardeep.
I was checking the rubric for my midterm, and it says the rubric total of value 43 point has been overridden with value of 42.5. I was just wondering what that is.
Because do you have marks for your midterm now?
Yeah.
Because I had to dock off somewhere 0.5 instead of going down the rubric. Go up. Did you read all my comments?
Yeah, I did.
So somewhere I should have come down. So in one of these, there should be a comment. I gave you some marks somewhere. Instead of going down the rubric, I took off something. Okay, I'll have to check. Which is this? Which course is it?
It's the
Relational or what? Relational? Midterm?
Yes.
Hardeep Singh, MNO, PQRS. You should be seeing it too. Why am, if I have done it, you should be seeing it too.
And I wasn't able to review the rubric of my midterm for the
Java?
Java, yeah.
Because I have not yet put it, right? Because remember that thing is going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I should be now, I think. Here, see, you've lost a mark in comments. Incorrect purpose. I didn't dock off 1 mark. Instead of docking 1 mark, I just took off half a mark. Sometimes I'm kind. So it should show you there too, right? Show me your comment.
I just tried.
Okay. This is where you're losing extra half. So it added up, but I had to take off 0.5 instead. And this is giving you more marks than is. So the rubric, you should have gone from 4 to 3. Anytime you make a mistake, you go from 4 to 3.
Okay, so
but for students, I said, you know what, at least they've said something, but the comment is not correct. So I docked off 5. So it will add 4, but at the end, I have to manually take away half
Okay.
mark. That's why it's saying that. Okay.
So it's full written, but
Yeah, I did it. I did it, right?
Okay.
And I'll do that Java thing as soon as I hear back.
thank you.
Okay. It's kind of clear, but whatever. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
Where's the first file
That I was working with today.
no, the grid center file, grid center, the SQL workbench file. You used to in-class file.
The files that I used were here.
Yeah.
Week 9.
We can, no, I can find the grid center called the
Grade center.
Yeah, you use the first one. The first one you use.
Which one? Oh, that was in week 8 last time. It was in week 8. I gave it to you last week. It was in week 8.
I didn't find.
Yeah, I don't know. Here it is, week 8.
Which one?
Wednesday, week 8. Grade center. Oh, you're talking about the Excel worksheet. Excel? I have to put it. I haven't yet put it.
Okay.
Yeah, I will put it. Yeah, you had the SQL, but not the Excel worksheet. Yeah, I will have to put it. I'm putting it right now. Okay. What we did today, I'm going to put it in your section here.
Okay.
Okay. You're welcome.
So everything we're running is going to be for the 3 and F, but are you putting up them all on Blackboard?
Yes, I am.
Okay, because I have a few errors with the same time.
Okay.
First and F at the same
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you. Same to you. Tejveer, are you coming to my office? Do you need to see me again? Okay. I'll be there in 5 minutes maybe. I'm just putting out what I did, otherwise I'll forget, okay? And then I'll come.
So I'll see you in your office.
Yes, I'll be there in another 5-10 minutes for sure. Come, Tejveer. Come, open up what you want to ask now. Okay, what else now? What are we looking at?
Midterm, ma'am.
Midterm, okay. Your solution or my solution? Which one? Do you want to discuss your solution or my solution?
Yours.
Mine.
Yeah, very good.
Okay. Oh. How are you doing in relational? Fine.
Yeah.
And what about other courses?
It's all good. PHP में approximately 52% का कोर्स हो गया होगा और मेरे 48% बन रहे कुछ.
फिर जावा में क्या प्रॉब्लम है? वो भी ठीक है, रिलेशनल डेटाबेस तो इजी है, चलो छोड़ो, वो तो इजी है, उसको छोड़ो. पीएचपी भी तो प्रोग्रामिंग ही है ना. मे बी ऑब्जेक्ट ओरिएंटेड नहीं कर रहे, स्ट्रेट कर रहे हो, प्रोसीजरल टाइप कर रहे हो.
पीएचपी
हाँ, किसके साथ कर रहे हो? रिच के साथ किया होगा ना.
हाँ, पर वो तो चले गए ना.
हाँ, लेकिन काम अपने आप किया था सारा.
हाँ, अपने आप किया था सारा.
फिर तो अच्छे नंबर है ना. फिर क्या प्रॉब्लम हो रही है? क्या नहीं समझ आता? पीएचपी में भी तो सब कुछ, क्योंकि वेब पेज पे देख लेते हो इसीलिए समझ आ जाता है. आउटपुट देख लेते हो.
उसमें कुछ इतना होता नहीं मैम. उसमें अगर कोई एरर वगैरह भी आ जाए जल्दी मिल जाता है. इसमें कुछ पता नहीं लगता कि अगर कोई भी छोटी सी चीज मिस हो गई तो सारा कोर्स क्या.
लेकिन पीएचपी में भी तो क्या करते हो? डेटाबेस से कनेक्ट करते हो, ठीक है ना. फिर क्या उसके बाद और कुछ कोडिंग नहीं होती? बस वो
होती है.
क्या और क्या करते हैं पीएचपी में?
पीएचपी में
सीएसएस अलग है, एचटीएमएल अलग है, ठीक है ना, वो तो अलग चीज है.
जैसे हम इसका कर रहे हैं जावा का बैकएंड, ये वेब पेज का बैकएंड है पीएचपी एक टाइप का.
हाँ, तो लेकिन उसमें खोलो कोई प्रोग्राम
पीएचपी का.
अभी कैलकुलेटर की समझ आ गई कहानी?
हाँ, वो समझ आ गई.
अच्छा, ये स्टूडेंट खुला हुआ ना, यही होगा मे बी.
इसका आपने कोड देखना है?
हाँ, मैं देखना चाहती हूँ कि आप क्या लिखते हो जो आपको वो समझ आ जाता है और ये समझ नहीं आता. ये देखना चाह रही हूँ कि कहाँ आपको प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, किस तरह का कोड आप लिखते हो.
इसमें देखो, अगर हर टाइप का डिवाइडेड है, अलग अलग सेक्शन. अगर हमने लॉगिन करना है पेज में, उसमें लॉगिन का अलग पेज बनाया.
ये क्या बना रहे हो? क्लासेस टाइप ही तो बनाते हो.
क्लासेस टाइप मेथड है.
हाँ, लेकिन क्या लिखते हो? जैसे मेथड लिखा, क्या क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन देनी है और ये सब है ना. हाँ, ये बटन्स बने, ये दिखता है आपको, ये आप देख सकते हो कि वैलिडेट हो रहा है. लेकिन वैलिडेट ही कर रहे हो ना. वो कुछ इनपुट डालता है यूजर, आपको भेजता है और आप उसको वैलिडेट ही तो कर रहे हो यहाँ पे.
ये वैलिडेट का है.
हाँ, वैलिडेट में कर ही रहे होगे ना कुछ. हाँ, पोस्ट से आया और फिर मे बी इसके कमांड्स इजी हो, है ना, इतना लॉजिकल. मतलब उस तरह का लॉजिक
एल्स इफ वगैरह यूज करते हैं. अगर पासवर्ड वेरीफाई तो ठीक है, अगर नहीं है एल्स कि लॉगिन पेज पे वापस आ जाए.
लेकिन ये जो चीजें है ना, जैसे ये कमांड शमांड और ये सब में दिमाग नहीं लगाना.
ये तो वही है ना, नॉर्मल है.
नॉर्मल.
इसमें कोड की अगर कोड चेंज करेंगे उसमें बस ये डाटाबेस का चेंज करना है
वही
नहीं।
मैं सोच रही हूँ मे बी आपकी प्रोग्रामिंग की जो स्किल्स हैं वो एप्लीकेशन से ज्यादा वेब में है। चलो कोई बात नहीं, कोशिश करने में तो कोई बुराई नहीं है ना, कोशिश करो, हो जाए तो हो जाए, अच्छा ही है। नहीं तो वेब प्रोग्रामिंग तो ऑप्शन है ही ना,
वो तो है,
वो तो
उसमें
है
तो
ना।
मैं अच्छा हूँ।
हाँ तो ठीक है, जो
और
पसंद है
वैसे
वो
भी
करें।
डिजाइनिंग वगैरह में तो मैं काफी देर का मैं फोटोशॉप वगैरह भी यूज करता हूँ
हाँ ठीक
उसमें
है।
भी। और मुझे 2-3 साल
तो
हो गए
वेब
use
में जाने में कोई बुराई नहीं है, ये वाले जो यहाँ कोर्सेज के हैं
पर
वो ट्रांसफर हो जाएंगे।
ट्रांसफर हो जाएगा
मतलब जैसे आप कोपा या कोपर कर रहे हो ना प्रोग्राम, उस प्रोग्राम का नाम IWDD है, तो आप कहते हो मेरे को उसमें एडमिशन चाहिए, तो यहाँ पे जैसे आपने प्रोग्रामिंग फंडामेंटल्स किया, जो जो किया वो वहाँ का क्रेडिट आपका काउंट हो जाएगा।
पर कुछ करने में हम डर सा भी लगता है ना, क्योंकि आपको पता है एज ए स्टूडेंट आए हैं यहाँ पर कनाडा। और
हाँ लेकिन
बाद
मेरे
में
ख्याल कोर्स चेंज करने में तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, मुझे तो नहीं ऐसा लगता कि कोई प्रॉब्लम होगी, क्योंकि जब दूसरे स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं मैं उनसे पूछती हूँ कि सिर्फ इसी में रहना है, नहीं तो कहीं और जाओगे तो प्रॉब्लम हो, जो कहते हैं नहीं। किससे बात करोगे आपकी, आप किससे किससे कौन आपका यहाँ कौन ध्यान रखता है, इंटरनेशनल डिपार्टमेंट ध्यान रखता है।
इंटरनेशनल
बात कर लो, बोलो मैं अपना कोर्स चेंज करना चाहता हूँ, है तो वो भी कंप्यूटर्स में ही है ना, हमारी कंप्यूटर स्टडीज का ये एरिया है,
मेरी
लेकिन
पुरानी फील्ड से भी मैच करता
हाँ,
है।
और आपको आप थोड़ा स्ट्रगल कर रहे हो जावा में, क्योंकि प्योर एप्लीकेशन प्रोग्रामिंग थोड़ी तो मुश्किल है ही ना इससे। तो उधर और जो आपने किया जैसे प्रोग्रामिंग फंडामेंटल्स किए हैं, जेनेट्स किए हैं, कॉम्स किए हैं, वो सब आपके वहाँ ट्रांसफर हो जाएंगे क्रेडिट्स,
बस जावा को छोड़
के, सिर्फ इसी जावा को छोड़ के, बाकी तो रिलेशनल डेटाबेस भी है वहां पर।
वो भी है वहाँ पर।
हाँ है, प्रोग्रामिंग फंडामेंटल्स है वो जावास्क्रिप्ट में करते हैं, हम जावा में करते हैं, लेकिन उसकी आपको प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगी। मैथ का मुझे पता नहीं, मैथ नहीं होगा, मैथ नहीं होगा
मैंने कर लिया एक कोर्स वैसे मैथ।
हाँ लेकिन उसमें नहीं होगा, लेकिन क्रेडिट्स ट्रांसफर भी तो हो जाएंगे ना, नुकसान तो कुछ नहीं होगा ना, 1-2 कोर्सेज का नुकसान होगा मतलब, और आपको अच्छा भी लगेगा। जब आए वापस फॉल में बात कर लेना, कोऑर्डिनेटर्स अभी तो छुट्टी में, अगस्त समथिंग को
अब
आएंगे।
फॉल में तो अभी वैसे कोऑप है, अब जनवरी
हाँ
में स्टार्ट होगा।
कोऑप भी ट्रांसफर हो जाती है, मिल गई है कोऑप?
नहीं वो
अभी नहीं मिली ना। हाँ तो
वेब
फिर
प्रोग्रामिंग में उसमें देख रहा हूँ, वेब डेवलपमेंट और
किसी
डिजाइनिंग
मिलेगी उसी में, एप्लीकेशन प्रोग्रामिंग में तो
आती नहीं
मिलनी
है
टफ
मुझे।
है। हाँ और टफ भी है, मिलनी भी टफ है, ये ज्यादा एरियाज है, सोच लो कोई
इसका
नुकसान तो नहीं।
स्कोप कुछ अगर ज्यादा नहीं है कोई करे, क्योंकि वेब प्रोग्रामिंग तो मैम नॉर्मल है, क्योंकि
तो नॉर्मल है तो क्या हुआ,
5 में से 3 या 4 जाने कर
कर रहे
लेंगे।
हैं, लेकिन ये टफ भी तो बहुत है फिर, और इसका काम जो है ना, जरूरी नहीं है आप यहाँ पे डेवलप करोगे, या तो बहुत अच्छे प्रोग्रामर हो, समझ रहे हो, जैसे बिल्कुल बहुत हाई क्लास हो, तो आपको बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां ले लेंगी, नहीं तो आधा टाइम तो आप अपडेट ही कर रहे होगे, मतलब किसी और का कोड ही ठीक कर रहे होगे।
डीबग करो या अपडेट करो।
हाँ ऐसे ही कर रहे होगे, आधा काम तो इंडिया जाता है भाई, इंडिया में बैठे हैं सारे दिमाग वाले, यहाँ थोड़ी इतनी डेवलपमेंट होती है, यहाँ पे वेब की ज्यादा डेवलपमेंट होती है। सोच लो अगर कोई नुकसान नहीं होता तो, इतना इतना स्ट्रगल करना, फिर समझ नहीं आना, मतलब समझ रहे हो, और रहोगे इसी फील्ड में, ऐसा कोई नुकसान तो नहीं होएगा,
क्योंकि कल को जॉब भी चाहिए ना उसके बाद, अपने स्टडी के बाद।
इसमें तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, वेब में क्या प्रॉब्लम है, कितनी जॉब्स है, डेटाबेस की भी जॉब कर सकते हो, उसमें भी तो कर सकते हो ना, वो वहां भी करोगे, वहां भी एडवांस प्रोग्रामिंग ये सब सीखोगे। हमारे सिर्फ ये कोर सब्जेक्ट्स में फर्क है, सिस्टम एनालिसिस एंड डिजाइन, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट, इन चीजों में फर्क है, वो वहां नहीं होगा। एक बार बुराई क्या देखने में, कोर्स देख लो उसमें क्या क्या है,
उसका फिर मैं पता कर लेता हूँ
इंटरनेशनल सेंटर से करो कि मैं कोर्स चेंज कर लूँ, IWDD में चला जाऊँ, मतलब पूछने में तो कोई नुकसान नहीं है ना उसका, यहाँ पे कुछ हो रहा होगा। इंफॉर्मेशन कंप्यूटर ये बोलते हैं कि यही है उसका नया नाम, IMDW।
मैंने
2 साल का
अपनी मैम स्कूल में भी कंप्यूटर्स नहीं ना किया 10th के बाद। अगर वो बेसिक्स किया होता तो मुझे फिर भी थोड़ा इजी लगना था।
तो मुश्किल है, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है भाई, मुश्किल है, इसमें कोई वो नहीं है कि मुश्किल नहीं है। ये देखो ना, प्रोग्रामिंग फंडामेंटल्स आपने किया हुआ है, वेब एंड इंटरनेट फंडामेंटल्स किया हुआ है, इंट्रोडक्शन टू वेब प्रोग्रामिंग, PhD कर रहे हो, ये सब चला जाएगा। थोड़े से नहीं जाएंगे, रिलेशनल डेटाबेस चला जाएगा, वहां पे जैसे वो वाले सब्जेक्ट्स नहीं है, सिस्टम एनालिसिस एंड डिजाइन, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट जो हम लोग करते हैं वो नहीं है, ये उनका प्रोग्राम है। और हमारा प्रोग्राम कौन सा आपका, 2 इयर्स की 3 इयर्स?
2 इयर्स
प्रोग्रामर है ना,
प्रोग्रामर।
ये हमारे साथ आप करते, जैसे ये वेब एंड इंटरनेट चला जाएगा, ये तो जाएगा ही, ये देखो ये हमारे साथ करोगे, ये नहीं जाएगा, ये नहीं जाएगा, ये नहीं जाएगा, ये जाएगा, ये नहीं जाएगा, तो जो अभी तो सेकंड सेमेस्टर ही किया, एक ही सेमेस्टर तो किया।
पर ये वाले भी चले जाएंगे ना बाद में।
ये तो जाएंगे ही जाएंगे, जेनेट जाएगा, कम्युनिकेशन जाएगा, ये तो जाएंगे ही जाएंगे।
पर 2-3 रह भी जाने मैम, वो पुराने वाले भी।
कौन से? और क्या किया?
उसमें
मैथ रह जाएगा।
मैथ रह जाएगा एक।
हाँ, क्या नुकसान है? मुझे नहीं लगता
नुकसान
कि
तो कुछ नहीं मैम, फिर आपको पता है कितनी फीस भी कितनी ज्यादा देनी पड़नी है।
देख लो, आपकी मर्जी है। मैं कहती हूँ वो करो जो
जिसमें इंटरेस्ट है।
वो तो इतना स्ट्रगल कर रहे हो, लेकिन सोच कोई बुरा ही नहीं है। अब ये सेमेस्टर तो करना ही है ना,
ये तो करना ही
है ना, तो फिर कोई बात नहीं, बुराई तो नहीं है, फिर सोच लेना है ना भाई।
क्योंकि थर्ड में क्योंकि इससे भी ज्यादा एडवांस हो जाना, फिर तो कुछ ना कुछ देखना पड़ेगा। अगर
टफ होता जाना है, हल्का नहीं होना, ये तो टफ ही होना है। ये तो आप समझ लो प्रोग्रामिंग फंडामेंटल्स ही कर रहे हो मेरे साथ ऑलमोस्ट। मतलब जितनी धीरे और आराम से मैं चल रही हूँ।
अगर तो अब सीखते होंगे तो फिर तो थर्ड में कुछ ना कुछ कर दूंगा, नहीं तो उसमें तो मुश्किल है।
और फिर भी कोई जरूरी नहीं है, क्योंकि ना दिमाग का चलना ही एक तरह का अलग है, मतलब डिफरेंट तरह का दिमाग चलता है प्रोग्रामिंग, इस तरह की प्रोग्रामिंग में। लेकिन कोई नुकसान नहीं है, मेहनत करना चाहते हो तो करके देख लो क्या क्या है। लेकिन अगर लगता है कि ये तो भाई कुछ समझ ही नहीं आता क्या हो रहा है, तो फिर तो आप टाइम ही वेस्ट कर रहे हो ना इन अ वे।
नहीं, इतना भी नहीं है मैम कि अगर मैं थोड़ी कोशिश भी करूं तो मैं तो कर भी सकता हूं, मुझे इतना तो है, मैं कर सकता हूं। इतना कॉन्फिडेंस तो है।
एंड में जाके कोई फायदा ना हो, मतलब कि कॉन्फिडेंस ही ना हो कि मैं आगे इसमें काम कर सकता हूँ। तो मतलब मुझे नहीं, इतना मेरे को नहीं मालूम, मैंने आपका अब याद तो नहीं है मुझे कि मैंने आपने कैसा मिड टर्म किया, मैं को इतना तो ध्यान याद नहीं है ना, इतने चेक करती हूँ। लेकिन कोशिश करना चाहते हो तो कर लो, मतलब नुकसान ये तो करना ही है, ये सेमेस्टर ही करना है तो कर लो, फिर सोच लेना। चलो ठीक है, बोलो। अच्छा, स्टूडेंट क्लास डिस्कस करें जो मिड टर्म में की थी। देखो, हम ये ध्यान रखो कि व्हाट वी आर ट्राइंग टू मेक, हम ऐसी चीज बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं जो हमें कभी आगे यूज होगी, अभी हमने उसको करना है यूज। तो हम सिर्फ डेफिनेशन करने की है। जैसे घर बनवाना चाहते हैं तो पहले नक्शा नहीं बनाते, ये हम नक्शा बना रहे हैं। इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इसकी बाद में आती है। मैं इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो सकता है, मैं तो सिर्फ टर्मिनल पे करती हूँ, इधर करके दिखा देती हूँ। आप इसको यूज करोगे कि गुई बना लोगे, उसके ऊपर चीजें डालोगे और फिर बैक एंड पे इसको बना के इसको यूज करोगे। तो हम एक नक्शा बनाते हैं कि ऐसा है, और फिर जब यूज करने की बारी आती है तब उसकी असलियत निकलती है, तो उसको एप्लीकेशन कहते हैं। में कितने नक्शे बने हुए हैं, एरे लिस्ट का नक्शा बना हुआ है, स्ट्रिंग का नक्शा बना हुआ है, आप उनको यूज करते हो ना जब करना होता है अपने प्रोग्राम में। वही आप कर रहे हो, आप नक्शा बना के रख रहे हो।
पर अगर ऐसे नहीं करना चाहिए कि अगर गुई पहले सिखा दें और उसके बाद बैकएंड?
नहीं, पहले प्रोग्रामिंग करनी आएगी तो गुई बनाने में भी तो प्रोग्रामिंग चाहिए, गुई को भी तो बनाने में प्रोग्रामिंग चाहिए।
उसमें भी डिजाइनिंग में
अब तो बहुत आसान हो गई है, पहले तो सब कुछ अपने हाथ से अपने आप ही लिखना पड़ता था। अब तो वो आ गए हैं, जैसे ड्रैग एंड ड्रॉप आ गया, अब तो गुई बनाना भी आसान हो गया। लेकिन फिर भी गुई को बैक एंड से कनेक्ट करने के लिए भी तो जावा आनी चाहिए, वो कनेक्शन भी तो जावा से ही करना है।
पहले बेस होगा फिर
तभी तो ऊपर बढ़ोगे ना। जेरेट करते हैं वो इसमें ही गुई करना शुरू कर देते हैं। मेरा कॉन्सेप्ट अलग है, मैं कहती हूँ यही नहीं समझ आएगा तो गुई के अंदर मतलब ऐसे ही कर दोगे, बस कर दी। पता नहीं, हो सकता है कई बच्चों को दूसरी तरह समझ आता हो, क्या पता ना, आई डोंट नो। ठीक है, तो अब हम क्या बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, हम चाह रहे हैं कि एक स्टूडेंट, जैसे ही मैं स्टूडेंट बोलूं तो आपके दिमाग में क्या क्या आता है कि एक स्टूडेंट क्या होना चाहिए। एक स्टूडेंट का नाम होना चाहिए, एक स्टूडेंट की आईडी होनी चाहिए, एक स्टूडेंट का सेमेस्टर नंबर होना चाहिए, प्रोग्राम नेम होना चाहिए और उसके मार्क्स होने चाहिए। यही आता है ना दिमाग में स्टूडेंट का। अब हम क्यों बना रहे हैं ये स्टूडेंट, जब रजिस्टर्स ऑफिस में आप जाओगे अपने आप को रजिस्टर कराने, तो वो कहेगा ओह ये स्टूडेंट की सब चीजें होनी चाहिए हमारे पास, और वो आपका एक ऑब्जेक्ट बना लेते हैं। आप असली में वहां पे आपकी प्रेजेंस क्या है, वहां पे एक डेटाबेस में एक रिकॉर्ड ही तो है। तो वो मैं वो रिकॉर्ड बनाने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ कि रिकॉर्ड कैसा दिखेगा। जब मैंने कल अब जावा की क्लास की तो मैं उसको बारी बारी अब डेटाबेस से रिलेट कर रही थी। मैं कि रिकॉर्ड ही तो बनाने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ।
डेटाबेस तो बन गया, वो अलग है कि सामने दिखेगा कैसे हमें, ये चीज है। वो
सामने दिखेगा कैसे, आप अभी एसक्यूएल में क्या देखते हो,
डेटाबेस का वही है,
डेटा ही तो देखते हो सिर्फ। सिलेक्ट स्टेटमेंट देते हो तो आंसर ही तो आता है। तो दे तो स्टेटमेंट ही रहे हो ना। अब उस स्टेटमेंट की जगह हम उनको बटन्स बना के दे देंगे और वो बटन्स को दबाते जाएंगे और आंसर आता जाएगा, तो गुई बना देंगे। लेकिन अभी आप डेटाबेस में क्या करते हो, आप मुझे पता, सिलेक्ट और ये स्टेटमेंट्स ही तो लिख रहे हो। तो यही तो लिख रहे हो जो मैं जावा में लिखती हूँ। कोई उधर पिक्चर बनी हुई है किसी चीज की? नहीं। आप बैक एंड एक डेटाबेस, आपको पता है वहां एक टेबल पड़ा, आपको पता है उसके अंदर ये सब पड़ा है, आप उसी को तो एक्सट्रैक्ट करते हो, सिलेक्ट से इंसर्ट से उसको चेंज करते हो, आंसर ही तो देखते हो। जब मैं सिलेक्ट कहती हूँ आंसर ही तो दिखता है, और क्या दिखता है? यहाँ पे अगर मैं स्टूडेंट का एक नक्शा बना दूं और फिर स्टूडेंट का डेटा डालती जाऊं कहीं पर और फिर उसको कोई निकाल दो भाई, सिस्टम आउट प्रिंटलन ही तो कर रही है, और क्या कर रही है? सिस्टम आउट प्रिंटलन और क्या करती हूँ? आपको डेटा ही तो दिखाती हूँ,
आउटपुट आता है,
डेटा ही तो है और क्या है?
जैसे ही आता है,
एसक्यूएल जैसे ही तो आता है। एसक्यूएल कौन सा बड़ा सुंदर है देखने में, या आप उधर कौन से बटन दबा रहे हो? आप भी तो स्टेटमेंट, किसी ने सिलेक्ट लिख दिया आपके लिए, आप उस सिलेक्ट को यूज कर रहे हो। हम अब सिलेक्ट भी खुद लिख रहे हैं और फिर हम ही उसको यूज करने की कोशिश करते हैं। स्ट्रिंग क्लास में किसी ने मेथड लिख दिया है, अब सिस्टम आउट प्रिंटलन भी तो किसी ने लिखा है ना, ये वो क्या करता है, किसी ने तो लिखा है, हम तो उसको यूज कर रहे हैं।
वो भी कोई प्रोग्रामर ही जिसने लिखा।
हाँ, तो सिस्टम आउट प्रिंटलन क्या करता है, वो कैसे आपका आंसर टर्मिनल पे आता है, किसी प्रोग्रामर ने ही लिखा है ना, तो आप उसको यूज ही तो करते हो। हम वही कर रहे हैं, हम स्टूडेंट को डिफाइन कर देते हैं कि ये है भाई स्टूडेंट। अगर आपको उसको इस्तेमाल करना है तो पहले एक ऑब्जेक्ट बना लो, एक रिकॉर्ड बना लो, और उसको फिर करो जो उसके साथ जो मर्जी करना है। उसका नाम चेंज करना है तो सेट मेथड यूज करो। आप डेटा निकालते हो डेटाबेस में से तो सिलेक्ट नहीं यूज करते, डेटा डालना होता तो इंसर्ट नहीं यूज करते। तो यहाँ पे उसके नाम डिफरेंट है, डिपेंड्स कि आपने क्या बनाया है। स्टूडेंट के साथ अगर आपने एक मेथड सेट नेम बनाया है तो वो यूज करोगे तो उसका नाम बदलोगे। बात तो वही है। स्ट्रिंग में है, स्ट्रिंग क्लास यूज करते हो, आपका एक कुछ स्ट्रिंग वेरिएबल है, आप उसकी लेंथ फाइंड करना चाहते हो, अरे लेंथ मेथड को बुलाओगे तो ही वो आंसर देगा ना आपको, उसका नाम उधर लेंथ है। बात तो वही कर रहे हो। एसक्यूएल में 4 स्टेटमेंट है, सिलेक्ट, इंसर्ट, ऑल्टर, ये सब स्टेटमेंट्स किसी ने तो लिखी है ना कि ये क्या करेंगी, आप उनको यूज ही तो करिए। तो आप वही लिखते हो और फिर मैं आपको यूज करना सिखाती हूँ कि भाई यूज करने के लिए मैं एक एप्लीकेशन लिखते हैं, वो मेन मेथड बनाते हैं और उसमें इसको यूज करते जाते हैं। बात तो वही है, कोई फर्क थोड़ी है। वहां पे कौन सी पिक्चरें मतलब कुछ हुई नजर आ रही है?
वो भी सिंपल है।
हाँ, ऐसा तो थोड़ी है कि बटन है, सिलेक्ट को दबाया तो क्या होगा, आप लिख रहे हो ना, तो वही अभी वही चीज आप यहाँ सीख रहे हो। पहले तो खुद ही सिलेक्ट लिखनी है और फिर खुद ही उसको यूज करना है, खुद ही इंसर्ट का कोड लिखना है फिर उसको यूज करना है। बात तो वही कर रहे हो और कुछ अलग थोड़ी कर रहे हो। तो लेकिन फिर सबका दिमाग अपना चलता है ना, सब अपनी अपनी तरीके से करते हैं। तो हमने कहा अच्छा, स्टूडेंट के साथ जैसे हम कहते हैं, जब आप घर का नक्शा बनाते हो तो कहते हो यहाँ किचन होएगा, या मेरे को 4 कमरे चाहिए, यहाँ मुझे वॉशरूम चाहिए, बनाते हो ना। तो मैं कहती हूँ जब स्टूडेंट बनाते हो, हर स्टूडेंट का एक आईडी होना चाहिए और नाम भी होगा और उसका एड्रेस भी होगा, ईमेल होगा, बहुत कुछ हो सकता है। हमने सिर्फ 2 ही रखे। मैंने कहा एक आईडी रख देती हूँ और एक स्टूडेंट जितने उसके नंबर हैं वो एक स्टोर कर देती हूँ। हो सकता है वो 4 सब्जेक्ट ले रहा हो सकता है वो 5 ले रहा हो, 6 ले रहा हो, 2 ले रहा हो, पता नहीं कितने ले रहा हो, तो मैं एक लिस्ट में रख देती हूँ नंबरों को। तो मैंने एक अरे लिस्ट बना दी। अभी अरे लिस्ट किसी ने बना के रखी हुई है, अरे लिस्ट ऑलरेडी डिफाइंड है कि भाई अरे लिस्ट जब भी आप मुझसे मांगोगे ना अरे लिस्ट, तो मैं आपको एक डब्बा दे दूंगा, उस डब्बे में आप अपनी वैल्यूज डालते रहना। तो मैंने कहा मुझे एक अरे लिस्ट दे दो भाई, और मैं उसका नाम क्या रखूंगी, स्टूडेंट मार्क्स रखूंगी।
पर इसलिए हमने मार्क्स के लिए इंटीजर यूज किया।
एक मार्क इंटीजर है, 10 नंबर रखने होंगे तो कहां रखोगे, 10 वेरिएबल्स डिफाइन करेंगे। एक स्टूडेंट के बहुत सारे मार्क्स हो सकते हैं ना, आप 6 कोर्स ले रहे हो तो आपके अभी मैं मार्क्स कैसे रखूंगी, अगर रखने होंगे किसी डब्बे में ही रखूंगी ना, एक वेरिएबल में तो नहीं रख सकती। तो ये डब्बा है, लिस्ट एक डब्बा ही तो है।
ओके ठीक है।
एक स्टूडेंट के कितने भी नंबर हो सकते हैं।
मार्क्स तो अपने उसमें इंटीजर भी
हाँ ईच, हाँ क्योंकि हर मार्क एक इंटीजर है। मैंने बोला मुझे ऐसा डब्बा दो जिसमें मैं इंटीजर्स रख सकूं। पानी ग्लास में पीते हैं, खाना प्लेट में खाते हैं, लिस्ट में आप कौन सा तरह का डाटा डाल रहे हो वो बताना पड़ेगा ना।
अगर हम ना बताएंगे तो फिर
अगर हम नहीं बताएंगे, अब जावा क्या कहता है अच्छा मत बताओ, मुझे मत बताओ कि क्या कैसा डब्बा चाहिए, लेकिन कभी ना कभी उसमें कुछ तो डालोगे ना। देगा आपको ऐसे डब्बे में, आप पानी भी डाल दो, आप रोटी भी डाल दो, आप चप्पल भी डाल दो, सब कुछ डाल दो, बनाने देगा।
ऐसे कोड गलत हो जाएगा ऐसे।
मतलब अगर वो बनाना है तो वो भी ठीक है, डब्बे में सब कुछ जा सकता है। लेकिन हम कह रहे हैं कि हमें एक ऐसा डब्बा चाहिए जिसमें हम क्या डालेंगे, सिर्फ इंटीजर डालेंगे, और कैपिटल आई इंटीजर यूज करिए, क्लास का नाम है, ऑलरेडी डिफाइंड है कि भैया ये क्लास के अंदर आप होल नंबर्स डाल सकते हो, किसी ने डिफाइन किया तभी तो आप यूज कर पा रहे हो। तो डब्बा बन गया जिसमें इंटीजर्स चले जाएंगे। ठीक है। क्यों डब्बा चाहिए, क्योंकि एक वैल्यू नहीं है, पता नहीं कितनी है। तेजबी ने 4 कोर्सेज लिया, उसको 4 सेव करने हैं, अंजू सिर्फ 2 ले रही है, उसको 2 सेव करने। कोई और स्टूडेंट 10 ले रहा है, उसको 10।
सभी का डिफरेंट है,
सभी का डिफरेंट है, साइज डिफरेंट है, लेकिन नेचर तो एक ही है ना, वो सब उसमें नंबर डाल रहे हैं। तो हमने एक बोला डब्बा दे दो, सभी नंबर इंटीजर। अगर आपको नहीं पता कि नंबर इंटीजर भी हो सकता है, फ्लोट भी हो सकता है, तो उसका टाइप मत डिफाइन करो, उसमें किसी तरह का भी नंबर डालते जाओ।
ओके।
अब ये अरे लिस्ट अब इन्होंने कर दिया रिसेंटली 8.7 या 8 वर्जन में कि आप डब्बे में डिफरेंट चीजें भी डाल सकते हो। पहले फिक्स था, एक डब्बे में एक ही तरह की चीज जा सकती है, जैसे अरे होता है, अरे ऑफ इंट्स, अरे ऑफ फ्लोट्स। पहले अरे लिस्ट भी वैसे ही होती थी, एक ही तरह की चीज डाल सकते हैं। अब ये कहते हैं जो मर्जी डालो।
इंटीजर के साथ हम एक और ऐड कर सकते हैं?
नहीं, इधर कुछ नहीं ऐड कर सकते, इधर कुछ मत डालो। अब इसमें कुछ भी डालो।
ओके,
अब कुछ भी डालो इसमें।
इंटीजर के साथ नहीं कुछ दो?
ना, इंटीजर नहीं, एक ही तरह का। अगर आपने बोला मुझे डब्बा चाहिए जिसमें इंटीजर ही डालने हैं, तो बस फिर इंटीजर वही डाल सकते हैं और कुछ नहीं डाल सकते, बस ये।
अगर और कुछ चाहिए तो फिर
एक और नई लिस्ट बनानी पड़ेगी। एक लिस्ट में नाम डालने हैं, एक लिस्ट में नंबर डालने हैं, एक लिस्ट में कुछ और डालना है। तो जितनी मर्जी लिस्टें बनाते जाओ, जितने मर्जी डब्बे मांगते जाओ। डब्बों का क्या, ये तो आपके एट्रीब्यूट्स है ना, और कुछ भी नहीं है। ये फील्ड्स ही तो है आपकी। आप कहते हो स्टूडेंट के साथ एक आईडी होना चाहिए, की होना चाहिए, की होना चाहिए, ऐसे जो मर्जी मांगो।
ऐसे हम स्टूडेंट आईडी के वही एरे लिस्ट बना सकते हैं।
लेकिन आप सोचो, क्या एक स्टूडेंट का एक ही आईडी होता है या एक से ज्यादा होता है? मैं एक स्टूडेंट को डिफाइन करी हूँ, एक स्टूडेंट को क्या क्या चाहिए,
एक ही आईडी होगा,
एक ही तो आईडी होगा। तो मैं क्यों डब्बा बनाऊंगी? तभी मैंने डेटा वेरिएबल दिया। नंबर का डब्बा बनाएंगे क्योंकि नंबर ज्यादा हो सकता है एक स्टूडेंट के। एक ही एड्रेस हो सकता है, एड्रेस के लिए एक ही बनाऊंगी। तो जिनके लिए एक एक सिंगल डब्बा चाहिए, एड्रेस रखना चाहती थी, यहाँ पे स्ट्रिंग भी होगा और उसको एड्रेस दे दूंगी। ये लो, एक और एक बन गया। लेकिन इनको एक एक ही चीज चाहिए। जहां कलेक्शन चाहिए वहां पे फिर मुझे कलेक्शन बनानी पड़ेगी। और ये कलेक्शन का एक तरीका, बहुत सारे तरीके हैं। अरे लिस्ट है, एक है, ये अरे लिस्ट होता है, एक हैश मैप होता है, एक ट्री मैप होता है, बहुत सारे कलेक्शन है, लंबी लिस्ट है, कोई कमी नहीं है। हर का नेचर अलग है। जैसे अब इन्होंने कहा अरे लिस्ट में जो मर्जी डाल दो भाई। तो अब हैश मैप क्या होता है? हैश मैप में हर एक रिकॉर्ड में दो फील्ड्स होती है। जैसे स्टूडेंट नाम आईडी और उसका नाम, जैसे फोन बुक होती है, आपका नाम और आपका हो जाती है, नाम यूनिक हो गया और फिर उसका हैश मैप, फोन नंबर साथ में लगा दिया, उसको हैश मैप कहते हैं। तो हर लिस्ट का अपना एक नेचर है, क्या यूज करना है पता होना चाहिए। क्योंकि मुझे तो सिर्फ नंबर डालने थे, दे दो जिसमें मैं नंबर डाल सकती हूँ, इसलिए मैंने ये यूज कर लिया। हैश मैप करके क्या करूंगी ना, दूसरा क्या डालूंगी? एक ही तो बंदे के नंबर हैं सारे, तो क्या डालूंगी उसके साथ? उसका आईडी बारी बारी डालने का क्या फायदा? उसका आईडी मैंने बाहर एक अलग जगह रख दिया। ठीक है, तो ये दो चीजें बना ली। अब एक स्टूडेंट को बनाने के लिए वो ऑब्जेक्ट रिकॉर्ड को बनाओगे तो टेबल में इंसर्ट करोगे ना, तो रिकॉर्ड बनाने के लिए ये कंस्ट्रक्टर होता है।
जैसे हम एसक्यूएल में नेम्स देते हैं ऊपर उसकी हेडिंग्स,
नहीं, वो ये हेडिंग्स है।
ओके,
ये उसके एट्रीब्यूट्स हैं, वो जो आपके टेबल के फील्ड्स हैं,
स्टूडेंट आईडी और स्टूडेंट।
हाँ, ये दो ऊपर के कॉलम नेम्स हैं, राइट। अब वो रिकॉर्ड नहीं बनाते इंसर्ट इनटू वैल्यूज।
हाँ,
तो आप क्या कर रहे हो? आप एक राउंड ब्रैकेट्स में उसकी वैल्यूज डालते हो और टेबल में डाल देते हो। यहाँ पे वो एक वैल्यू, एक रिकॉर्ड बनाने के लिए ये तरीका है, ये कंस्ट्रक्टर है। कंस्ट्रक्टर कहता है मैं आपको एक रिकॉर्ड बना के दूंगा, आप मुझे जो आईडी दोगे ना, मैं वो आईडी में डाल दूंगा उस स्टूडेंट का, उस ऑटोमेटिकली। और जो आपका भी नंबर अगर खाली लिस्ट है तो भी आपके लिए खाली डब्बा दे देता हूँ।
अगर नंबर नहीं है फिर भी खाली डब्बा?
खाली डब्बा तो चाहिए ही चाहिए, डब्बा हमेशा चाहिए। नहीं तो यहाँ तो आपने सिर्फ कहा है मुझे चाहिए, यहाँ आपने उससे मांग लिया, दे दो भैया खाली डब्बा। न्यू करके आपने उससे मांग लिया, ऑब्जेक्ट डब्बा मांगा है। उधर तो कहा मुझे डब्बा चाहिए, यहाँ बोला दे दो। तो वो तो सिर्फ आपने डिफाइन किया, ये मेरे कॉलम नेम्स हैं,
ये मुझे चीजें चाहिए।
हाँ,
नीचे आके कहा कि ये मुझे
अब दे दो। कंस्ट्रक्टर में आप एक रिकॉर्ड को बनाते हो, नेम इज अंजू, आईडी इज 1, मार्क्स आर, अभी कुछ नहीं, खाली है। अब रिकॉर्ड नहीं बनाते, लिखते नहीं है इंसर्ट इनटू टेबल वैल्यूज और फिर ब्रैकेट खोलते हैं ना, लिखते नहीं है वैल्यू, वो कर रहे हैं। ये कंस्ट्रक्टर वो करता है, एक ऑब्जेक्ट को बनाता है।
ठीक है, ये
ऑब्जेक्ट, ये कंस्ट्रक्टर का काम है। ठीक है, अब किसी टेबल में कुछ डालने से पहले बनाओगे तो टेबल में डालोगे ना, तो ये बनाते हैं मेन एप्लीकेशन में, न्यू करके बना लेते हैं स्टूडेंट।
ठीक है,
ये करते हैं और कुछ भी नहीं करते। अब ये मेथड, अब आप कहते हो सर्च करना है भाई, मुझे क्या आपकी स्टूडेंट आईडी है बताना, तो आप कहते हो रिकॉर्ड नंबर 1, इसमें नाम होगा, उसमें नाम नहीं होता। रिकॉर्ड नंबर 1 अपना नाम बताना भाई। ये गेट स्टूडेंट आईडी वो वाला मेथड है, सिलेक्ट है। ठीक है, ये जो गेट मेथड्स होते हैं ये डेटा को सिलेक्ट, फील्ड्स को सिलेक्ट कर रहे हैं।
ओके,
ठीक है, अब जब आप कहते हो गिव मी योर मार्क्स, वो मार्क्स किस तरह का आंसर आपको वापस करेगा? वो डब्बा वापस करेगा, वो दे दिया उसने डब्बा। ये सिलेक्ट हो गए आपके, ये सब सिलेक्ट हो गए, गेट नंबर ऑफ कोर्सेज। ठीक है, अब ये कितने कोर्सेज ले रहा है भाई वो स्टूडेंट, मेरे पास डब्बा है, उस डब्बे का एक साइज है, उतने ही उसके कोर्सेज हैं। साइज मेथड किसी ने अरे लिस्ट के लिए लिखा हुआ है।
अच्छा, साइज का ये मतलब कि अगर जो भी जितना
जितना
डाटा
उसको भर लिया, हाँ, हाँ,
जितना डाटा है वो वापस
वो
करेगा
वापस करेगा। तो अगर मेरे पास अंदर 5 नंबर है तो मुझे 5 वापस कर देगा, साइज है उसका।
फिर मोस्टली हम रिटर्न के साथ ही साइज यूज करते हैं।
नहीं, किसी फॉर्मूले में भी यूज कर सकते हैं। ये तो मैंने मेथड ही ऐसे बोला है। ये कह रही हूँ सर्च फॉर द नंबर ऑफ कोर्सेज, गेट मी हाउ मेनी कोर्सेज। मैं तो मांग रही हूँ उससे आंसर, तो जब मांग रही हूँ तो वो रिटर्न कर रहा है, तभी रिटर्न। ये गेट मेथडों का काम यही है, समझ लो। ये जो गेट मेथड्स हैं ये सर्च कर रहे हैं फील्ड्स को, हर फील्ड को एक सर्च, एक फील्ड का एक सर्च लगा देते,
हर का
डिफरेंट हो जाएगा लगाने, क्योंकि एक क्वेश्चन का आंसर ही मिल सकता है एक बटन से। एक मेथड एक ही काम कर सकता है बस, एक टाइम पे बस एक ही काम करता है। ठीक है। उसके बाद मैंने कहा कि अच्छा भैया वो डब्बे को कैसे भरोगे?
हाँ, यही चीज मैं,
तो क्या डब्बे को भरना है? ये डब्बे, आपने मेथड का नाम लिख दिया ऐड स्टूडेंट मार्क, इंसर्ट की तरह हो गया ये आपका, समझ लो। इंसर्ट भी एट ए टाइम एक ही कर सकते हो, एक पूरे का पूरा रिकॉर्ड एक बारी बन के उसके बाद कुछ भी चेंज करना है तो उसके अंदर एक एक करके ही डाल सकते हैं। तो अब ये क्या बटन है? ये वो बटन है या ये वो मेथड है जो आपको उस डब्बे को भरने देगा। खाली पे शुरू हुए थे ना, खाली पे शुरू हुए थे, अब ऐड करना है तो कैसे ऐड करोगे? कोई सिलेक्ट, इंसर्ट, अपडेट, डिलीट, कोई तो वर्ब होना चाहिए ना, कोई तो स्टेटमेंट होनी चाहिए। तो वो यहां पर है ऐड। अरे लिस्ट जिसने बनाया था, जिस भी बंदे ने अरे लिस्ट वाली क्लास बनाई थी, डेफिनेशन, उसने एक ऐड मेथड दे दिया था हमें कि भैया जब भी तुम्हें कुछ उसमें डालना है ना, ये मेथड यूज कर लेना और मुझे बता देना क्या डालना है तुमने उसमें। तो अगर आपको एक स्टूडेंट का नंबर डालना है डब्बे में, तो वो क्या नंबर है ये तो देना पड़ेगा ना, कौन सा नंबर ऐड करना है, वो पैरामीटर बन जाता है। ठीक है। फिर ये वैलिडेशन थी,
मेन ये चीज है इसमें ऐड में, क्योंकि ये तो बस एक्सेप्शन
वैलिडेशन है। हाँ, मेन तो ये रही चीज। मेरे डब्बे का नाम था स्टूडेंट मार्क्स, मेरे डब्बे का नाम था, उसमें ऐड कर दो ये वाला मार्क, ऐड हो गया।
ठीक है।
ऐड करने के बाद मैं तुम्हें तुम कहोगे मुझे दिखेगा कैसे? अरे प्रिंटिंग करानी पड़ेगी तभी तो दिखेगा, सिस्टम आउट प्रिंटलन करा दूंगी इसका।
पर हम
वो बटन नहीं है तुम्हारा, ये नहीं है, ये रहा, मांग लो इससे, दे देगा वापस क्या मार्क्स हैं तुम्हारे। ये तो रहा वो बटन, वो ऐड कर रहा है। अब तुम कहते हो अरे ऐड हुआ कि नहीं देखूं, अरे गेट स्टूडेंट मार्क्स, मुझे बता दो क्या है, वो बता देगा तुम्हें, सामने प्रिंट करा दो।
ठीक है। पर अब मार्क्स वैसे वो कैसे कंप्यूटर कैसे उठाएगा अगर हमने मार्क्स ऐड कर दिए?
अभी
वो नीचे जाता
यूजर से मांग लेंगे और फिर ये मेथड में डाल देंगे, जैसे उसमें भी कर रहे थे।
अगर हम रन करेंगे नीचे आए ना कि ऐड योर मार्क्स,
हाँ, कुछ तो बनाना पड़ेगा ना, किसी तरह का तो क्वेश्चन पूछना पड़ेगा ना यूजर से। हाँ, वो तो करना ही पड़ेगा।
ठीक है।
अब हमें क्या पता कोई कैसे करेगा, हो सकता है कोई पूछ रहा हो सकता है जैसे मैंने डाला था 12, अपने ब्रैकेट में ही डाल दिया 3, नंबर ही दे दूं मैं सीधा, किसी से पूछूं ही ना। मैं टाइप कर रही हूँ, मेरे पास एक कागज में, मैं वहां से टाइप करती जा रही हूँ, अंदर डालती जा रही हूँ, वो भी तो कर सकती हूँ। उसको तो सिर्फ डेटा चाहिए, वो कहता है मुझे डेटा दे दो, मैं डब्बे में डाल दूंगा। वो ये कहता है डेटा देना कैसे है वो एप्लीकेशन का सिरदर्द है, इसका सिरदर्द नहीं है। ये कहता है मुझे दे दो मैं कर दूंगा, लेकिन देना कैसे ये तो आप सोचो। डायलॉग बॉक्स से मांगूंगा, फिर इसको दूंगा, या डेटा दे दूंगा और फिर ऐड दे देंगे। ठीक है, ये वो ऐड मेथड है।
ठीक है।
फिर हमने कहा था अच्छा भैया जरा नंबर बता दो उसके कितने हैं, कैलकुलेट एवरेज कर दो। डब्बे में नंबर पड़े हुए हैं,
ये कैलकुलेट एवरेज, ये कैलकुलेटर के बेस्ड एक चीज हो,
मतलब ये कैलकुलेट एवरेज सोच लो, जैसे कि अगर आपने करना हो कि भाई मैं तेरे से क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा हूँ कि मेरे एवरेज नंबर कितने हैं,
कि मैंने अपने 4-5 नंबर ऐड कर दिए, इसका मुझे
टोटल एवरेज बता दो। तो वो क्या करता है, ये देखो ये एरर है कि भैया अगर लिस्ट ही खाली है, ये देखो एग्जाम्पल एक और मेथड है, अरे लिस्ट के साथ आता है, अगर लिस्ट ही खाली है तो कहां से एवरेज फाइंड करेंगे?
फिर एक्सेप्शन
थ्रो कर देते हैं। नहीं तो क्या करते हैं, फॉर लूप यूज करके सारे नंबर एक एक बारी इस डब्बे में से निकालते जाते हैं, 1 एट अ टाइम निकालते जाते हैं, इसमें डालते जाते हैं, इस वाले वेरिएबल में, इस वाले छोटे डब्बे में। उस छोटे डब्बे को इस एवरेज में ऐड,
ये हमने यहाँ पर ही डिक्लेयर किया मार्क,
ये रहा मार्क, तो ये रहा, ये डिक्लेयर ही हो गया। इसको यूज जब फॉर लूप करते हैं उसके यही डिक्लेयर ही यहीं अंदर ही करना पड़ता है, इसका सिंटैक्स है। एक ये फ्लोट कर लिया जिसमें एडिशन डालती जाऊंगी, जमा करती जाऊंगी। फ्लोट में क्यों? क्योंकि आपके नंबर आए 2, 3 और 5, एवरेज क्या हुआ 5 + 3 8 + 2 10, 10 डिवाइडेड बाय 3 3.3 होता है ना, एवरेज तो इंटीजर फ्लोट हो सकता है। तो मैंने इसलिए फ्लोट डब्बे में आंसर रखा है।
ओके, और इंट तो हो गया मार्क्स के लिए, पर एवरेज के लिए फ्लोट यूज किया।
अगर नहीं करूंगी तो आंसर ठीक नहीं आएगा।
ओके,
क्योंकि 2 + 3 + 5 10, 10 डिवाइडेड बाय 3 3.3 में से 0.3 उड़ जाएगा, 3 आ जाएगा, इसलिए फ्लोट यूज किया। फ्लोट या डबल जो भी यूज करना है। ठीक है। अब ये जो नंबर निकल रहे हैं इसमें से, ये डब्बा आपका तो डब्बा ऑफ इंटीजर्स था ना, तो आपने एक एक नंबर एट ए टाइम निकाला। फॉर लूप कहता है एक एक करके देते जाओ वही मुझे। और क्या किया उसने, उसके लिए जो भी बाहर निकल रहा था वो इस वाले डब्बे में ऐड करता गया, जमा करता गया, एडिशन हो रही है। एवरेज 0 से शुरू हुआ, 0 जमा पहला मार्क ऐड हुआ,
ठीक है।
फिर लूप गया, जो उसमें आंसर था उसमें दूसरा मार्क ऐड हुआ।
जौन सा मार्क हमने किया उसमें आउटपुट पे, वो उसमें एवरेज 0 में ऐड हो गया,
फिर एक और दूसरा ऐड हो गया, फिर तीसरा ऐड हो गया। ये फॉर लूप वही तो कर रहा है,
काम हो गया।
ये फॉर लूप का काम हो गया। फिर एंड में क्या करना है, ये जो डब्बा आपने इकट्ठा किया था जिसमें सब कुछ ऐड किया है, उसको साइज से डिवाइड कर दिया। साइज पता है ना, हमेशा बताएगा कितने
नंबर हमने ऐड किए।
एवरेज निकल गया, उसने रिटर्न कर दिया आपको, ले लो भाई ये रहा आपका एवरेज, आपने एवरेज मांगा था, ले लो।
ठीक है। और अगर हम फॉर की जगह वाइल यूज करनी हो तो
वाइल तो अच्छा नहीं है इसके लिए, क्योंकि वाइल तब यूज करते हैं जब पता नहीं होता कितनी बारी करना है। फॉर तो कहता है कि मुझे पता है मुझे ये इतनी बारी करना है। ये वाला फॉर लूप बड़ा ही स्मार्ट है, ये इसको फॉर ईच लूप बोलते हैं। ये अपने आप स्टूडेंट मार्क्स वाले डब्बे में जाता है, एक एक करके अपने आप निकालता रहता है। जब वो खत्म हो जाता है तो कहता काम हो गया। ये बस सोचो वो निकाल रहा है, उसको खाली कर रहा है, उसको सिर्फ देख रहा है पहला क्या है, दूसरा क्या है, तीसरा क्या है, उसके अंदर नंबर अभी भी पड़े, यूज कर रहे हैं उनको। तो वाइल क्यों करेंगे, वाइल तब यूज करते हैं वाइल इट इज नॉट 3 o'clock। अगर मुझे पता है कि मुझे ये काम 10 बारी करना है तो मैं क्यों, ज्यादा काम है वाइल में। सबसे पहले तो आपको ये देखो ये फॉर लूप देखो, 0 से शुरू करना है क्योंकि पहला एलिमेंट एट 0 होता है। कहां तक जाना है, साइज तक जाना है, एक कम साइज क्योंकि 0 से स्टार्ट करिए, और फिर हर बारी एक आगे बढ़ना है। मैं क्यों लिखूं 3 काम, जब फॉर ईच लूप अपने आप अपने शुरू करता है और जहां खत्म होता है वहां तक चलता जाता है अपने आप। मैं क्यों एक्स्ट्रा काम करूं। वाइल में भी तो ऐसे ही करना पड़ेगा, पहले इनिशियलाइज करेगा, इनिशियलाइज करना पड़ेगा, फिर कंडीशन लगानी पड़ेगी कब तक जाऊं भाई, और फिर कहोगे अब नेक्स्ट पे जाओ, अब नेक्स्ट पे जाओ।
उसके बाद में ये भी करना है कि ऐड करिए।
वो तो ऐड करने का तो यही रहेगा ना, ऐड करने की तो बड़ी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है,
एवरेज प्लस।
हाँ इसकी तो प्रॉब्लम, लेकिन यही देखो यही वाला फॉर इस वाले फॉर से ज्यादा मेहनत का काम है। मैं क्यों करूं। और फॉर लूप तब यूज करते हैं जब मुझे पता है मुझे ये काम इतनी बारी करना है। आपको पता है ना कि अगर उसमें 10 नंबर है तो मुझे ये काम 10 बारी करना है। वाइल क्यों यूज करूंगी, वाइल तब यूज करते हैं जब आपको पता नहीं होता। आप कह रहे हो वाइल इट इज रेनिंग, घर के अंदर रहो भाई, ये नहीं पता कब तक रेन होगी, तब वाइल यूज करते हैं, या डू वाइल यूज करते हैं जब आपको किसी कंडीशन को मीट करना होता है। यहां तो मुझे पता है ये काम 10 बारी करना है, इतनी बारी ये काम करना है, तो मैं क्यों वाइल यूज करूंगी, मेरा ज्यादा काम लगेगा, कोडिंग ज्यादा टफ होगी, काम इजी है। पहले ये लूप होता ही नहीं था तो यही हम लिखते थे, हमें ही पता होना था वी हैव टू स्टार्ट फ्रॉम पोजीशन 0, वी हैव टू गो टिल साइज -1, और हमें एक एक करके बढ़ते जाना। उन्होंने फॉर ईच लूप इंट्रोड्यूस कर दिया, हम क्यों मेहनत करें।
ठीक है।
वो कलेक्शन पे काम करता है फॉर ईच लूप, कलेक्शन को लेता है, जो भी चीज इकट्ठी है, पहले को देखता है, दूसरे को देखता है, तीसरे को देखता है, चौथे को, ऐसे सब देख लेता है, सबका काम खत्म कर देता है। हम क्यों दिमाग लगाएं। तो वाइल तो बिल्कुल ही ना लगाएं, वाइल तो ज्यादा ही काम है, क्यों करेंगे।
वो तो डिपेंड करेगा ना बाद में अगर कोई और कोड करेंगे उसमें।
हाँ वाइल का जहां जरूरत वाइल की, मैं कहती हूँ वाइल वहां यूज करते हैं जहां कंडीशन का हमें पता नहीं होता कब ये ठीक हो जाए, ट्रू या फॉल्स हो जाएगी। वाइल इट इज रेनिंग, जब तक बारिश आ रही है घर के अंदर होगी, क्योंकि पता नहीं कब तक आ रही है। लेकिन अगर मैं कह रही हूँ तेजवीर जब तक नींद आ रही है सो जाओ, अब पता नहीं कब तक तेजवीर को नींद आएगी, लेकिन अगर मैं कहती हूँ तेजवीर 2 घंटे ही सोना है तो मैं बताऊंगी ना 2 घंटे सो, मैं फॉर लूप यूज करूंगी। तब ये डिफरेंस है, फॉर हमेशा कितनी बारी करना है वो पता है आपको, और
फॉर से अगर हम यूज कर सकते हैं फॉर ईच का प्रेफर।
हाँ कलेक्शंस के साथ तो फॉर ईच बहुत ही अच्छा है। कलेक्शंस के साथ तो हमें बिल्कुल ही दिमाग नहीं लगाना, नहीं तो कलेक्शन में हमें देखना पड़ेगा पहले से शुरू हो जाओ आखिरी तक जाओ, हर बारी एक एक में जाओ, कौन दिमाग लगाएगा। ठीक है, तो ये एवरेज हो गया। और फिर ये कहता है अच्छा भाई अब ये स्टूडेंट के सारे कर दो क्लियर। पहले ही किसी ने क्लियर मेथड हमारे लिए लिखा हुआ है, हमने जाके कुछ नहीं करना, हमारे लिए किसी ने क्लियर मेथड अरे लिस्ट में लिखा हुआ है। तो मैंने कहा अरे मेरे अरे लिस्ट को जरा क्लियर कर दो, जो ऑलरेडी किसी ने लिखा है वो मैं यूज कर रही हूँ। इसी तरह आप अगर ये स्टूडेंट क्लास लिखोगे तो कोई और यूज करेगा, ये काम करना है। अब चाहे सुंदर बना के यूज कर लो या जैसे मर्जी यूज कर लो, ये स्टूडेंट इन्फॉर्मेशन वापस दे रहा है, ये रिटर्न करता है एक स्ट्रिंग जिसमें लिखा हुआ आएगा स्टूडेंट विद दिस आईडी। ये देखो %s, ये %s गेट स्टूडेंट आईडी से रिप्लेस हो जाएगा। क्यों पूछा %s, क्योंकि स्ट्रिंग है,
स्टूडेंट आईडी स्ट्रिंग है।
हाँ स्ट्रिंग है ना। हाँ। तो मैंने यहाँ आएगा स्टूडेंट विद आईडी, और ये जो उसकी भी वैल्यू होगी स्टूडेंट आईडी की वो यहाँ पे छप जाएगी, हैज एन एवरेज ऑफ D, परसेंटेज डी इंटीजर,
इंटीजर।
क्योंकि मैंने इसको राउंड कर दिया यहाँ पे। ये देखो मैथ एक ऑलरेडी क्लास अवेलेबल है जावा एपीआई में, उसके पास एक राउंड मेथड है। वो क्या करता है, उसको कोई भी आप अगर नंबर देते हो ना, रियल नंबर, उसको राउंड कर देता है। 2.6 बिकम्स 3, 2.4 बिकम्स 2।
ठीक है।
तो मैंने कहा अच्छा भाई कैलकुलेट एवरेज, जो भी तुम मुझे आंसर दोगे ना मैं उसको राउंड करा के फिर वापस किस भेजूंगी स्टूडेंट।
ठीक है,
ओके था,
यही था बस
यही था। अब तो क्लास बन गई,
लग रहा है।
अब क्लास बन गई, अब आपका काम है मैं इसको कैसे देखूंगी ये काम करता है कि नहीं करता, कैसे टेबल में डेटा डालो। ठीक है, तो लेट्स पुट टेबल में डेटा डालते हैं। देखो कुछ लिखा हुआ है, हाँ कुछ तो लिखा है बट बहुत कम लिखा है, बट एनीवे टेस्ट द स्टूडेंट करती हूँ। ये देखो एक नया रिकॉर्ड बना दिया। अब ये ट्राई कैच में क्यों डाला, क्योंकि वो सब एक्सेप्शंस थ्रो कर रहे थे ना, तो यहाँ पे मैं उसको पकड़ लूंगी, उसका मैसेज दिखा दूँ। एक स्टूडेंट एक रिकॉर्ड बना दिया, ऐसे तो बनाएंगे, कंस्ट्रक्टर को बुलाएंगे, कंस्ट्रक्टर का काम था ना रिकॉर्ड बनाना, उसको बुलाएंगे। वो मेरे से एक स्ट्रिंग ले रहा था, मैंने उसको दे दिया अपना स्टूडेंट आईडी। अरे लिस्ट मुझे खाली डब्बा दे रहा था।
ये स्टूडेंट आईडी हमने
क्यों, ये देखो अपने स्टूडेंट में देखो क्या ले रहा था वो आपसे, कुछ एक चीज ले रहा था ना आपसे,
स्टूडेंट आईडी ले रहा था, कुछ
भी ले रहा था, लेकिन हमने किया क्या उसका, या फर्क नहीं पड़ता उसको आपने क्या बुलाया, लेकिन आपने उसको क्या किया, आपने उसको जाके स्टूडेंट आईडी को दे दिया। तो आपने जो वहां से 1 दिया वो यहाँ पे एक रिकॉर्ड बन गया।
ओके,
आपने एक स्टूडेंट बना दिया। अगर अब स्टूडेंट का, अब सोचो कि अगर स्टूडेंट के मुझे नाम दिखाना होता, तो देखो मैंने उसका वो वाला बटन दबा दिया ना, गेट मी योर नेम।
गेट आवर स्टूडेंट।
ठीक है, अगर इसके नंबर देखने होते तो दिखाती हूँ नंबर भी, प्रिंटिंग करेंगे ना, प्रिंट ही तो करेंगे, सिलेक्ट ही तो करेंगे। लो उसके नंबर दिखा देती हूँ, बहुत सुंदर नहीं दिखाऊंगी लेकिन समझ आ जाएंगे। इसके मार्क्स दिखा देती हूँ। ठीक है, याद है क्या मेथड था, मेथड का नाम था, हमेशा उस बंदे से बात करनी है जिस जो रिकॉर्ड है, स्टूडेंट 1 उसका नाम है। ठीक है, गेट मी योर मार्क्स, ये अरे वापस करता है, लेकिन हम अरे को ऐसे छपवा सकते हैं, कोई बड़ी भी चीज नहीं है। ये अरे लिस्ट वापस करता है, हम इस अरे लिस्ट को देखना कैसे छपेगा। देखो इसको मैं आपको रन करके दिखाती हूँ, अभी इसका मत सोचो, इसको भी कर दो। अभी हम ये 2 चीजें तो कर सकते हैं ना, करो इसको रन। क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो, खाली, ये देखो खाली लिस्ट आ गई, मार्क्स के आगे क्या है, खाली आ गई,
क्योंकि हमने दिए
क्या किया था जब हमने ये बनाए, अभी तो कुछ दिया ही नहीं। अब जरा ऐड करो, चलो डालो स्टूडेंट में नंबर थोड़े से। क्या था वो, क्या मेथड था जिससे उसके नंबर डालने थे उसके अंदर, ऐड मार्क्स या कुछ ऐसे था। ये रहा ऐड स्टूडेंट मार्क्स, देखो तुमसे कुछ मांग रहा है। अब या तो ये मैं यही डाल दूं, अपने आप हार्ड कोड डाल दूं, या आप जब गुई बनाओगे तो आप पूछोगे क्या नंबर है भाई दे दे, और फिर वो वाली वेरिएबल यहाँ लगा दोगे, जैसे हमने अभी वो दूसरे नंबर में कैलकुलेटर में किया था। मैंने ऐसे 10 डाल दिया दिखाने के लिए। ठीक है, और फिर मैं दोबारा से आपको मार्क्स दिखा देती हूँ। ये देखो आ गया, 10 नंबर आ गया, 1 नंबर आ गया। इसका एवरेज निकालना चाहती हूँ। ठीक है, तो अब देखो ये एक मैंने दिखाया था, गलत नंबर डालूंगी तो क्या हुआ, वहां पे एक्सेप्शन थ्रो करेगा ना, यहाँ पे शो कर देगा। ये देखो, द मार्क मस्ट बी एन इंटीजर वैल्यू बिटवीन 0 and 100। अब अगर आपको एवरेज फाइंड करना है सपोज, तो ये तो इसकी ये प्रॉब्लम होती है, अगर कहीं एरर आ जाता है तो उसके बाद वो बंद हो जाएगा प्रोग्राम, आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते। ठीक है, तो मैं इसको ऐसे कर देती हूँ। अब मेरे को उसका एवरेज मांग रही हूँ मैं, जरूरी नहीं हर चीज प्रिंट करनी है। एवरेज क्या वापस कर रहा था, रिमेंबर फ्लोट वापस कर रहा था। ठीक है, मैं इसको यहाँ एवरेज बुला लेती हूँ, मुझे नहीं पता वहां क्या बुलाया, एंड आई डोंट केयर, मैं इसको यहाँ बोलने तो हमें क्या फर्क पड़ता है। यहाँ मैंने एक वेरिएबल बना दिया, एक डब्बा बना दिया टाइप फ्लोट, क्योंकि मुझे पता है आंसर क्या वापस आएगा, फ्लोट वापस आ रहा है। अच्छा, अब स्टूडेंट 1 के साथ उसको बोलो भैया गिव मी योर एवरेज, वो वाला बटन दबा दो। ठीक है, ये आ गया। अब ये आ गया, लेकिन अगर आपने इसको प्रिंट नहीं किया तो बैठा है इसमें। तो अब मैं प्रिंट करा देती हूँ, शो करने के लिए। शो, ये सब शो ही तो है, और क्या है। और देखो यहाँ मैंने एक ही लाइन में लिख दिया था, यहाँ मैंने 2 चीजें यूज कर ली, तो जरूरत नहीं है तो मत बनाओ। मैं तुम्हें दिखा रही हूँ, अगर कोई कुछ वापस करता है तो उसको आप एक डब्बे में डाल सकते हो और फिर डब्बे को यूज कर सकते हो। प्रिंटिंग नहीं करनी थी, मे भी कुछ और करना होता आपको, हमें क्या पता, लेकिन मैं प्रिंटिंग कर दूंगी। अभी एवरेज भी दिखा देगा, तो एक ही नंबर है, 10 ही आएगा एवरेज भी, एवरेज मार्क इज 10। 2-3 और ऐड कर देते हैं। चलो ये वाला दोबारा बटन दबा देती हूँ, 1 नंबर ऐड किया, एक और ऐड कर देती हूँ, एक और ऐड कर देती हूँ, एक 10 कर देती हूँ, एक 5 कर देती हूँ और एक 15 कर देती हूँ। चलो ठीक है, अब इसको दोबारा रन कर देती हूँ। 25 और 30 10 आएगा, एवरेज मार्क 10 आ गया। ठीक है, और अगर सपोज ये 14 कर देती हूँ तो जो भी एवरेज होगा 9.6667 आ गया। अब मैंने एक वहां पे एक और मेथड बनाया था, वो जिसमें से वो सारी जरा सुंदर तरह मेरे को आंसर लौटा देता था, स्टूडेंट इंफॉर्मेशन। ठीक है, उसको प्रिंट करा देते हैं। राउंड फिगर आएगा ना, वो रिटर्न कर रहा था स्ट्रिंग, इसलिए मैं उस स्ट्रिंग को प्रिंट करा रही हूँ यहाँ पे। तो स्टूडेंट 1 गेट मी दैट इंफॉर्मेशन, उसका नाम था गेट स्टूडेंट इंफॉर्मेशन, नहीं कुछ और था, सिर्फ स्टूडेंट इंफॉर्मेशन होगा। Oh, there it is. देखें क्या प्रिंट करता है, वो स्ट्रिंग रिटर्न कर रहा था, मैंने यहाँ उसको प्रिंट करा दिया। स्टूडेंट विद आईडी 1 हैज एन एवरेज मार्क ऑफ 10, राउंड कर दिया ना 9.6। यही तो देखते हो आप एसक्यूएल में भी, ये हमें बना, ये वो आप ये आप स्क्रिप्ट लिख रहे हो अपनी, लेकिन स्क्रिप्ट लिखने से पहले करना क्या, वो भी आपको ही लिखना है। वो आपने वो नक्शा बना दिया और अब आप उस नक्शे को
रन करके देख रहे हैं,
नक्शे को यूज कर रहे हैं, समझ लो कि घर बना रहे हैं। बनाया ना स्टूडेंट, ये बनाया नहीं स्टूडेंट, बनाया ना,
बनाया।
फिर उसके साथ जो बातें करनी है कर लो, और कैसे बातें कर सकते हैं, जो उसका मेथड है।
और वो स्टूडेंट कौन सा नाम जो हमने ऊपर लिखा, स्टूडेंट 1 के पहले
कौन सा,
ये वाला,
ये कौन क्या क्या बना रहे हो भाई, वो स्टूडेंट क्लास का एक बच्चा बना रहे हैं।
अच्छा, ये क्लास को डिफाइन किया हमने यहाँ पर,
ये आपने क्लास को डिफाइन किया, नहीं उसका नाम क्या था उस क्लास का, स्टूडेंट, और यहाँ आपने उस स्टूडेंट का एक बच्चा बनाया,
स्टूडेंट 1।
मैं उसको तेजवीर भी बुला सकती थी। तो ये तो बताना, जैसे आप लिखते हैं ना इंट समथिंग, फ्लोट समथिंग, बताना पड़ता है ना क्या टाइप है, किस तरह का डब्बा चाहिए, तो आपको बताना पड़ेगा ना, अरे भाई वो जो प्रिंट बनाया था ना, ब्लूप्रिंट जो नक्शा बनाया था, उस तरह का बच्चा चाहिए।
ठीक है, तो
नक्शा भी खुद बनाना है और उसको यूज भी खुद करना है, क्या बिग डील है, कोई मुश्किल नहीं है। अब नंबर ऑफ कोर्सेज देखते हैं, ये सॉरी, चलो तेजवीर ही रहने दे, कभी उस पे ना चला जाए ना ब्लैक बोर्ड पे, इसलिए मैं ऐसे नाम नहीं यूज करना चाहती। कि अब मैं देखना चाहती हूँ कि ये स्टूडेंट के पास इसने कितने कोर्स लिए हुए हैं भाई, तो मैं फिर प्रिंटिंग कर देती हूँ, क्योंकि प्रिंट से ही तो आंसर देखूंगी आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा, तभी तो प्रिंटिंग करते हैं यहाँ पर। ओ भगवान, मैं प्रिंट करना चाहती हूँ। ठीक है, तो याद है वो क्या था, गेट नंबर ऑफ कोर्सेज। देखें भाई इसने कितने कोर्स कर रखे हैं, कितने कोर्सेज में, और हेडिंग साथ क्यों दे देते हैं कि पता चले ये किसका आंसर है, क्योंकि नहीं तो अगर आंसर आ रहा होगा तो मुझे पता ही नहीं भैया ये किसका आंसर है। देखते हैं क्या आंसर देता है। तुमने 3 लिए, ये रहा, वहां पे मेथड लिखे, वहां पे नक्शा बनाया और यहाँ पे उसको यूज किया एप्लीकेशन में।
इजी है,
दिमाग लगाओ, कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है, कॉन्सेप्ट समझ आ जाए। एक बार शुरू में मुझे भी नहीं आता था, जब मेरे लिए भी तो जावा नहीं थी, जब आई थी मैंने भी तो नहीं पढ़ी हुई थी, मुझे नहीं समझ आता था शुरू में।
वही ना, मैं क्विट भी नहीं करना चाहता, क्योंकि मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं सीखूं कुछ ना।
जरूर सीखो, मे भी अब थोड़ा समझ आए तो मे भी हरदीप कुछ बोलता हो तो समझ आएगा।
हाँ,
पहले तो हरदीप क्या बोल रहा है शायद समझ ही ना आता,
समझ ही ना
वो तो है ही ना, जो चीज समझ ही नहीं आती है वो कहाँ से आएगी। अब एटलीस्ट कुछ दिमाग चलाना शुरू करो।
और इसका मैम कैच का क्या
कैच का काम ये होता है कि अगर आपने कोई ऐसा काम किया जो कि ठीक नहीं है, जैसे ये किया एड स्टूडेंट मार्क -1 किया, वहां पे आपने लिखा था ना कि थ्रो एन एक्सेप्शन, तो ये वाला उस एक्सेप्शन को कैच कर रहा है। तो मैंने क्या किया, मैंने कहा अरे मैं सब कुछ ट्राई में डालूंगी, मैं ये करने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ, ये तो नहीं हो सकता क्योंकि गड़बड़ करेगा, तो ट्राई के साथ कैच ब्लॉक्स लगा देते हैं। तो क्या होगा, अगर कोई एक्सेप्शन थ्रो करता है कोई मेथड, जैसे ये थ्रो करेगा ना, ये उसको पकड़ लेगा और उसका मैसेज स्क्रीन पे छाप देगा। ठीक है, उसने थ्रो किया, इसने पकड़ा और सिस्टम और प्रिंटलन मैसेज दिखा दिया।
ठीक है,
गलत काम किया तो दिखा दिया। लेकिन एक बात होती है कि ट्राई के बाद अगर आपने इसके बाद कुछ लिखा होता है, जैसे कि सपोज यही वाला मैं दोबारा लिख दिया, ये अटक जाएगा यहीं पे, ये आगे नहीं बढ़ेगा। इसके बाद ये दोबारा नहीं दिखाएगा, क्योंकि वो कहता है अरे मैं ये करने की कोशिश कर, देखो इसके बाद नहीं आया ना दोबारा नंबर ऑफ कोर्सेज, पहले तो आया लेकिन बाद में नहीं आया, क्योंकि वो यहाँ अटक जाता है। एक बार अटक गया फिर वो कैच में चला जाएगा और फिर कैच से आगे चला जाएगा।
ठीक है,
मतलब आपने गलत काम किया, वो कहता रुक गया, मैं तो नहीं कर सकता, इसलिए रुक गया। तभी इससे हम चेक करते हैं, हाँ भी सब कुछ काम कर रहा है, सब कुछ काम कर रहा है। ये ना वे टेस्टर भी हो गया ना आपका, मेरा काम, मेरी क्लास काम कर रही है।
हम ट्राई यूज इसलिए करें क्योंकि हम कैच यूज कर
हाँ हाँ, ट्राई के साथ कैच होना जरूरी है, बिना ट्राई के कैच नहीं होते। ट्राई और आप जितनी मर्जी तरह के एरर्स कैच कर सकते हो, कैच एक्सेप्शन, कैच अरिथमेटिक एक्सेप्शन, देयर आर डिफरेंट डिफरेंट तरह के कर सकते हो।
हाँ, वो मैंने आपकी वीडियो देखी थी, उसमें भी समझ आया।
हाँ, इसलिए लिखते हैं ट्राई कैच। अगर ट्राई कैच नहीं लिखती, आप कहोगे क्या होगा भाई नहीं लिखता, कैच हटा दिया और पहली लाइन ट्राई की हटा दी, हटा दे, गड़बड़ काम करने लगे हो। आपने नंबर किया, दैट्स स्ट्रेंज, वो कह रहा है कुछ एरर्स है कहीं पे, ब्रैकेट, ओह देखो यहीं पे प्रॉब्लम दे रहा है, अभी तो रन ही नहीं करने दे रहा। वो कह रहा है कि भाई ऐड स्टूडेंट मार्क जो मेथड लिखा था आपने, वो एक्सेप्शन थ्रो कर रहा है, क्या करूं उसका?
या उसकी एक्सेप्शन बंद कर दो,
या उसके एक्सेप्ट या ट्राई कैच में डालो। यार एक गंदा तरीका भी है, यहाँ पे लिख दो अच्छा भैया मेरे को नहीं पता, फेंकता तो फेंकने दो, मैं भी फेंक दूंगा।
अच्छा
ठीक है, अच्छा मैं भी फेंक दूंगा, तो ये देखो जावा रन टाइम यूनिट उसको पकड़ता है, पकड़ेगा, लेकिन देखो कितना अनटाइडी पकड़ा है, सुंदर नहीं है। तो ये एरर आ जाए। अब ये थोड़ी यूजर को दिखाना है, किसी को समझ आ रहा है ये क्या लिखा हुआ है? मेरे को और आपको तो समझ आ रहा है क्योंकि हम प्रोग्रामिंग करते हैं। टेस्ट दी स्टूडेंट जावा 26 में प्रॉब्लम आई है, वो आई है क्योंकि 64 पे प्रॉब्लम थी, लेकिन ये हमने यूजर को
अगर हमने वहां पे एक्सेप्शन लिखी है तो उसे यूज करना चाहिए।
हाँ, देखो एक्सेप्शन, कोई अगर मेथड कह रहा है कि ये तुम्हारी गलती है तो गलती नजर आनी चाहिए ना। और उसको सुंदर बनाने के लिए हम उसको ट्राई कैच में डाल देते हैं, सुंदर नहीं बनाना तो ऐसे भी आ जाएगी। ये देखो आ तो गई है, आई है, बस थोड़ी सुंदर नहीं है। तो अगर कोई मेथड यूज, कहाँ है मेरे, ओह अंदर है सॉरी मेरी बेटी कर रही होगी।
अब यहाँ पे रहते वेरी में?
हाँ हाँ 10-15 मिनट की रास्ते में। कहाँ से आवाज आई है? कहीं से तो आई है ना, कहीं से घुसाया हुआ होगा। वो सोच रही मम्मी कहाँ रहेगी, कहाँ रखा है फोन,
ड्रॉर में?
कुछ भी कहीं भी आ सकता है, वहीं छोड़ा ही हो तो भी कोई भरोसा नहीं। लेकिन आवाज तो आई है ना, आपकी तो नहीं थी ना?
नहीं, मेरी
हाँ आपकी नहीं थी। उसको बता दूंगी थोड़ी देर लगेगी, उसको पता है मेरी 3 बजे क्लास ऑफ होती है। ये मम्मी कहाँ रहेगी, आजकल वो आई हुई है ना।
अच्छा,
वो बाहर पढ़ती है आयरलैंड में, तो छुट्टियों के लिए आई हुई है, तो बस वो कहती है कॉलेज।
सारी फैमिली यहाँ पर रहती है?
हाँ हम फैमिली में यहीं रहते हैं।
ओके। इंडिया से मैम आप कहाँ से, वैसे पीछे से?
न्यू दिल्ली से। मैं उसको जरा बता दूं, थोड़ी देर लगेगी।
आपने मतलब जाना मैम? कोई बात
नहीं, हम जितना है। यहाँ शुरू हो गई हेलो, हाँ सॉरी बेटी, वो मैं क्लास से आई तो मेरे साथ तेजवीर जी आ गए तो वो पीछे आ गए, तो मैं आपको मैसेज नहीं भेज पाई, सॉरी। और अभी फोन बजा तो मैं फोन ढूंढ रही थी, आपको करने ही लगी थी। अच्छा अभी करूँ थोड़ी देर में बेटी? ओके। अभी क्या बारिश का भी मौसम हो रहा है बेटी? ओह अच्छा, मेरे पास तो है छाता, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। आप मुझे यहाँ पे, हाँ कोई बात नहीं, वो बारिश में देखते हैं। गिव मी 10-15 मोर मिनट्स, ठीक है? हाँ मैं फोन करती हूँ बेटी, ओके बाय मेरी बच्ची। उसने कहा ये कहाँ चली गई मम्मी, और मैसेज भी नहीं भेजा ना, घंटे से ऊपर हो गया ना बेचारी, इसलिए परेशान हो गई। ठीक है,
कोई बात नहीं,
कोई नहीं, ऐसे कोई बात नहीं है। ठीक है, तो समझ आ रहा है क्या कर रहे हैं? ठीक है, तो
अब मैम अब मुझे ऐसे करो कि कोई पर्टिकुलर असाइनमेंट दो, मैं आपको करके जो आपको मैं दिखाऊंगी।
अब जो पेशेंट है वो तो बिल्कुल ऐसा ही था जो दूसरी क्लास ने पेशेंट किया था। आप कौन से सेक्शन में? आज भी ना उन्होंने यही काम किया था, लेकिन पेशेंट के लिए किया था। तो अगर समझ आ गया तो खुद लिखना चाहोगे उसे? अच्छा, पहले वाला कैसा किया था, जो पहला एम्प्लॉय लिखा था, वो असाइनमेंट कैसा किया था?
सबसे पहले की थी?
हाँ
वो भी गलत थी, 25 आए 50 में से।
हाँ तो बनाओ ना, वो क्लास ही तो बनानी थी एम्प्लॉय, और उसके बाद ऐसे मेन ही तो लिखना था।
ठीक है मैम, वो
वो करके देखो फिर।
वो करके फिर मैं आपको मेल कर दूं, आप चेक
हाँ,
कर
चाहे
दो।
मेल कर दो, चाहे आ जाओ डिस्कस करने, जैसा भी आपको सूट करे वैसा करो।
ठीक है, हाँ
हाँ।
नहीं तो आ जाऊंगा आपका फ्राइडे में। आपका
फ्राइडे आएगा नेक्स्ट। हाँ, कल जरा मैं बिजी हूँ सारा दिन, कल मेरी 9 से 4 क्लासेस होती है।
फ्राइडे में
हाँ,
मिलूंगा,
फ्राइडे आ
कल
जाओ।
फिर मैंने भी काम पे चले जाना।
बिल्कुल फ्राइडे आ जाओ। मेरी कब है फ्राइडे को? 11 से 12 होती है।
11 से 12।
हाँ,
ठीक है।
11 से 12 होती है। हम 3 बजे भी अगर रुकना पड़े तो ऐसी कोई भी इतनी बड़ी चीज नहीं है। ये तो वो तंग करती है ना, इसलिए मुझे देखो मेरा खुद का ही काम कितना अटका पड़ा है, क्योंकि वो फोन कर देती है आ जाओ आ जाओ, और बस फिर घर जाके तो कुछ हो नहीं पाता, इसीलिए। एनीवे कोई बात नहीं। तो आप वो वाला लिखने की कोशिश करो, पहले वाला
एम्प्लॉय वाला।
है ना। एम्प्लॉय में क्या करना था? एम्प्लॉय के एट्रीब्यूट्स मैंने आपको दिए थे, मेथड्स लिखने को कहे थे 4, गेट और सेट। ज्यादा तो पूछा भी नहीं था, और टू स्ट्रिंग लिखने को कहा था।
गेट तो नॉर्मल है ना, बस वो तो उसे
हाँ,
गेट कर
और
देना।
सेट में मैंने थोड़ा कहा था कि उसकी सैलरी नेगेटिव नहीं हो सकती, थोड़ी सी एक्सेप्शन थ्रो कर देना। उसमें तो अभी हमने एक्सेप्शंस किया नहीं था।
माय एक्सेप्शन डाल दूंगा उसमें भी।
एक्सेप्शन डाल दो, माई एक्सेप्शन जरूरी नहीं है डालना, एक्सेप्शन डाल दो।
ओके।
ऐसे डाल दो। उसमें तो हमने कहा था कि अच्छा अगर वो गलत नंबर देता है तो छोड़ दो, कुछ मत करो।
हाँ।
जो उसकी पुरानी सैलरी है उसी पे उसको रहने दो। अभी आप कोशिश कर लेना कि अगर मैं एक्सेप्शन थ्रो करना चाहता हूँ तो क्या करना, वो
ठीक है।
कोशिश करो।
ओके।
और इसका तो दूसरा भाई पेशेंट है, उसकी सोल्यूशन है, उसकी सोल्यूशन मत देखना, लेकिन मैं आपको वो कर सकती हूँ, क्वेश्चन भेज सकती हूँ जो मैंने
हाँ।
दूसरे स्टूडेंट्स को दिया था।
वो भी मैम कर दो फिर। मैं भी वो वीकेंड पे मैं फ्री होता हूँ सारा, मैं फिर वो ट्राई करूंगा।
ठीक है। बोलो क्या आपका स्टूडेंट नंबर?
20035492
ए धीरे धीरे 233
200
200
354
354
921।
921। ये क्यों फिर 354 921?
हाँ जी।
ठीक लिखा है, चेक कर लो। 200 354 921।
या
अच्छा, और आगे क्या है?
आगे
स्टूडेंट नहीं पता?
स्टूडेंट डॉट
शाबाश।
जॉर्जियन सी।
हाँ, डॉट स्टूडेंट जॉर्जन सी डॉट ओ एन डॉट सी। अच्छा, अब नंबर बदल देती हूँ। ओफ, अब ये नंबर नहीं बदलने देगा, हे भगवान। 200
354
354
921।
921 एट स्टूडेंट डॉट जॉर्जन। मैं तो यूजुअली ब्लैक बोर्ड से भेजती हूँ ना, या फिर नाम से भी चल जाता है, लेकिन मुझे नहीं पता कि आप लोगों का कैसे चलता है, तभी मैं तो हमेशा ब्लैक बोर्ड से भेजती हूँ जब भी। 2035491 at student.georgianc.on.c। ये वो क्यों नहीं बन रहा, लिंक क्यों नहीं बन रहा? अच्छा देखती हूँ। अब बना। तो मैं आपको, जैसे आपने स्टूडेंट किया था, उन लोगों ने पेशेंट किया था, मतलब सेम तरह का कॉन्सेप्ट था लेकिन क्वेश्चन अलग था। अटैच फाइल।
आप मैम गुई का करवाओगे फिर इस सेमेस्टर में कुछ?
नहीं, मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है। मैं बस वो थोड़ा सा ही कराती हूँ जो शुरू में कराती हूँ, क्योंकि ये कराऊंगी वो कराऊं। अब तो क्लासें कितनी रह गई हैं अभी तो?
वही कह रहे हैं, 3 ही रह गई हैं
काइंड ऑफ। अच्छा, अब हम क्या देख रहे हैं? आपको टेस्ट्स भेजने हैं। टेस्ट, आप सेक्शन 1 से हो ना, ये सेक्शन 2 का आपको भेज देती हूँ, ये ट्राई कर लो। ठीक है, बहुत सिमिलर था आपसे, नेचुरली कोई अलग थोड़ी हो जाएगा बिल्कुल ही, तभी कहा था किसी से डिस्कस मत करना। ठीक है, चलो पहुंच गया। और एम्प्लॉय तो आपके पास क्वेश्चन है ही है। ठीक है, चलो,
थैंक यू मैम।
नो प्रॉब्लम, यू आर वेलकम। हेलो गुड़िया, आई एम डन।
ओके।
तो आप मिलना चाहते हो? बारिश आ रही है?